Hey guys, welcome to the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. Event 1 and 2 are tests of aerobic capacity, speed, and the athlete's willingness to get uncomfortable.
Teams male staging area B, teams female staging area.
It's the end of an epic day one. Some athletes did what they came to do, and others have 2 days to climb up the leaderboards. Hi guys. It's the start of a beautiful afternoon here in the Netherlands, and if you just joined us, welcome. You're just in time to watch the elite athletes take to the floor. So the elite individuals are going to do event 3 now. What is the event 3 for the elite? For the men, they have to bike 1,500 meters on the Concept 2 bike. For the women, that's 1,000 meters on the Concept 2 bike. And then all categories will have to perform 3 rounds of 10 dumbbell snatches and 10 burpee box jump overs. I'm sure it's going to be exciting, and I hope you guys enjoy it as much as we are here right now.
Thank you, Jenny. Now we're moving on to event 3. Same event that we had earlier on today for the age groups. And right now we're looking at the elite male results after 2 events, so after 1 day of competition. And it is AJ Visser at the top of the leaderboard with 160 points. He was the winner of that 1 mile run yesterday, so he took 100 points out of that, and then a decent finish on the second event as well gets him atop the leaderboard with Lago Giliardes with 156 points, just 4 points behind him, and Ryan Soder from Fort Wright CrossFit with 144 points is holding on to the 3rd spot. But Victor Longsved, a multi-year CrossFit regional athlete, is breathing down Ryan Soder's neck with just 4 points between them. We're gonna have 4 heats of the elite males take the floor of this event number 3, and then follow that with 4 heats of elite females going through the same event.
So in a few minutes we will bring out our first heat of the elite male athletes here. You can go check out our leaderboard online. So CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown .nl, and you can find our leaderboard there, and you can check out who is who and how the points have been spread over. Now we've seen the teams, we have seen the age groups, but now shortly we will bring out all the male athletes and the female athletes. We will have 4 heats for event number 3. First the guys, and then the ladies. And with that sign, ladies and gentlemen, we have together, let's bring out heat number 1 for the elite male athletes. Starting from lane 2.
Here they come, making their way to the floor. Our first heat of elite male athletes. In lane number 2.
On lane 4.
In lane number 2 is Guillaume Magnot. In lane number 3 is Brandon Thor. In lane number 4 is Karar Margrander. In lane number 5, Kevin Winkins. In lane number 6 is Adnan Murguz. In lane number 7 is Kasper Mayrup. And in lane number 8, we have Joao Ferreira.
One minute.
An international crowd here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. We are in Apeldoorn, the Netherlands, outside of Amsterdam. Competitors, family, friends, representing countries all across Europe, from the US, Canada, South America as well.
30 seconds.
The CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown brought to you by Reebok, as well as Rogue and Fit Aid.
10 seconds.
Our partners here, bringing us the action.
Stand by.
All right, folks, welcome to event 3 at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. I'm Armin Hammer. We're going to be taking a look here at well, this is a pretty interesting workout here. We got a 1500 meter bike on that Concept 2 bike erg. I've got one of those in the garage, and well, it's very quickly becoming one of my favorite pieces of equipment out here. So 1500 meter on that bike erg, 10 dumbbell snatches, 10 burpee box jump overs, 10 dumbbell snatches, 10 burpee box jump overs, and then finally another 10 dumbbell snatches and 10 burpee box jump overs. This is a 10-minute cap, and we're looking at heat 1 of the elite males. In lane 2, we have Guillaume Manuot. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering that one. I'm very sorry. Brandon 4 in lane 3. Lane 4 is Karar Magrander. Lane 5 is Kevin Winkins. Lane 6 is Adnan Murguz. Lane 7 is Kasper Mayrup. And lane 8 is Joao Ferreira. So, yeah, you know, a 1500 meter bike is probably going to be, you know, relatively quick here. The bike erg moves a little bit faster than the rower would or a ski erg would. Generally, you know, a good way to look at it is it's about twice as fast. That's a pretty easy rule of thumb. It's not perfect, but it's pretty easy rule of thumb. So my guess for 1500 meters here is they're going to be pulling off of it under 3 minutes for sure. You know. Wow, and hands are up at the 2 minute mark, basically. So yeah, under 3 minutes for sure is a very accurate statement. I think they're going to be moving through it. Generally speaking, you see, you know, the bike erg measures per 1,000 meters as opposed to per 500 meters when you're looking at the speed measurement for your pace. So I think that's pretty reasonable look as to how quickly you're going to be seeing these guys move through it. The question is, how are they going to handle these dumbbell snatches? How are they going to handle these burpee box jump overs? Because this is a quick event. I mean, realistically, you're looking at a sprint to the finish with a sort of potential trap at the beginning here with that Concept 2 bike erg. So the last thing you want to do is see an athlete push off into first place super quickly and then just not be able to hold on to their pace. But looked like first one off of our bike was Joao Ferreira. Hey, under 3 minutes and they're all off. Look at that. Look at that. It's like I'm pretty good at predicting certain things. No surprise there. Now, if he went a little too quick here, these heavier dumbbells are going to prove to be a problem for sure. So it really comes down to not just pacing through the bike erg so that you have some energy to hit the rest of the workout. It really does come into a situation where can you push the bike erg enough to sort of not come off of it dead last by a mile, but still have the presence to sort of sprint through these burpee box jumps and the dumbbell snatches.
That 30-inch box, which is about 75 centimeters, and the dumbbell weight for these gentlemen is 45 kilos.
Got a hand up in the air for a couple of athletes.
Equating to about 100 pounds. 100 pounds going from the ground to overhead in one movement on the dumbbell snatch. 10 repetitions for 3 rounds, mixed in with 10 repetitions of the burpee box jump over. And first from the dumbbell to the burpee box jump over.
If you haven't done burpee box jump overs, by the way, recently, just take my word for it. It's not fun. They're not fun. The explosiveness required to get over the box really adds a more aggressive cardio component than you'd imagine. I'm not a big fan of doing like the facing the box jumps like that. I like to do the lateral jumps, but in competition when you're required to do one direction or another, you just got to do what the rules tell you to do.
His second set of 10 dumbbell snatches.
So we got hands up in the air. Looks like it's Adnan Merguz who's in the lead right now.
Competition floor now back to their second round. Second of 3.
This is the second of 3 rounds of 10 dumbbell snatch and 10 burpee box jump overs. Seems like the first athlete to the box is Guillaume Manuot. No idea. Sorry, guys. It looks like that is Adnan Merguz right there. Not a big fan of seeing sort of the slower cadence burpee box jump overs. Generally speaking, you're not going to really fail a burpee at the bottom. With the box jump added in, there's definitely a sense of failing the burpee. But what I like to see is get down as quickly as possible, get back up as quickly as possible. I'm not a big fan of seeing athletes spend time standing, waiting before they get down to the ground. Nor am I a fan of seeing athletes spend time on the ground that they don't need to. Really, what you want to be able to do is just sort of use the kinetic energy that you're building up, bounce off the bottom, so you can get back to your feet as quickly as possible. There is this built-in sort of explosive aspect to the burpee when you do it that way, but it saves you kind of a quicksand of being stuck at the bottom. That's really just for us normal fitnessers who may or may not get stuck doing that sort of thing. But for athletes of this caliber, they're probably moving as quickly as they can,
Chipping away at the third and final set of dumbbell snatches. Here in the middle of your screen.
Hand up in the air there for Guillaume Magnot, but it looks like Adnan Merguz is the first athlete to his final set of burpee box jump overs. Step over it, run to the finish line. Nice. Finishing off, the first person in this heat to finish off is Adnan Merguz, and right around 7:30 something, unofficial. Officially unofficial at 7:30 something. You know what I mean. Remember, our first athlete off the bike was Joao Ferreira, and he's nowhere to be seen right now. That's Kevin Winkins. There's Joao Ferreira right there, working on his last set of burpee box jump overs. 10-minute cap on this workout. There are 90 seconds to go. That extra little box jump at the very end there is such like a kick to the gut, right? You've done all your reps, you've finished up all your reps, and instead of going around your box, you have to go back over it to finish off. Yeah, that's brutal. That's very brutal. Ooh. Man, it's really salt in the wound when you miss a box jump and then your judge gives you the no rep on top of that. But there you go. There's Kevin Winkins finishing off there. Underneath the time cap for sure. You know, still about 30 seconds left in that time cap, but looks like everybody in this heat was able to wrap it up underneath that 10-minute time cap. That was heat number 1 of event 3 at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019.
First of their events here for this Saturday, day 2 of the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. 2 more events to come for these male athletes. Now they get a little bit of a rest before taking the field again for events 4 and 5 later on this afternoon.
And all the times set today for this event will be placed against each other. So the gentlemen on the floor at one time are not just competing against themselves, but competing against all the other men in the elite male category. The time to beat set in that last heat by Adnan Murguz with an unofficial 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, for me, the 45K dumbbell, I might not be able to get it up. If you were with a villager, but to be fair, I mean, if you have a strong core, you can just rip that dumbbell out of the ground
next,
and get it up.
our
So
second heat
snatch,
of elite males.
If you have to power snatch, I think that's going to cost you more time and cost you, I think, even more on the long run because you have to catch it first and then extend. So I'd go for the muscle snap if I could. The other thing to look for is the switch. A lot of the guys switch hands when they're on the floor. Now, obviously...
And here we go for these male athletes now, that first heat done. Again, this event, like we already talked about this in the morning, don't want to go too hot out of the gates on that bike. Just an easy pace that you can maintain so you're still fresh for these 2 other movements that the athletes are going through. Trying just to keep a steady pace, keep on moving all throughout. And it was Adnan Murguz, the man who was able to beat the rest of the field.
All right, welcome
at
back
7
to the
minutes and 40
2019
seconds,
CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. This is Elite Men Individual Event number 3, Heat number 2. As these athletes take the floor to tackle I would say a pretty, well, a very straightforward event, but a bit of a sprint with a little bit of a pacing element in the very beginning.
We're just going to call this a wrench in the works is what that's going to be, because you hop on that bike and I mean, come on, it's 1,500 meters on the bike. No one's going to go all out on the bike. It's not going to feel the same way as it would if it was like an assault bike or an echo bike or one of those types of machines. I think that's going to be where you start, because where it's going to get nasty are on those heavy single arm snatches of that 100 pounds. It's a big dumbbell, and it's 3 rounds. You have the 15 reps there, and then you have that big box jump you have to get over. So it's going to be who is able to that 3-round element that's really going to make this. It's not about the bike. That's just the kind of the kickstart. But then you're right. I don't know if I'd call it the pacing element, but it's like that's when you get to decide how hard you want to push on the other part. Because as we've seen in some of the earlier heats, we see people that really push the dumbbells and try to get going crazy on the burpee box jumps, and they end up on their face on the other end of the box, just because they have no legs. So we're going to see what kind of tempo these guys really want to start out at to get into that set of the 3 rounds.
We think the leg element is a major component of an event like this, starting with that bike, but heavy dumbbell snatches, as you said, at 100 pounds, and then those 30-inch burpee box jump overs. The question is there enough time to pace this out in the beginning on the bike to make up for the end, or do you kind of have to push the bike a little bit harder than you want to? Now, it's only 1,500 meters, and the bike goes a lot faster than the regular, I would say, C2 or row would.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, it's not going to be the same thing, and it won't feel the same way. I mean, you can make it hurt really, really bad, and that on any sort of a monostructural piece when you have it in the middle of a workout like this here is you can do decent or you can do some heavy damage to yourself. So I think all these guys, and they've been watching this event, a lot of rounds here. So they're watching what these athletes are doing as they get into this first part to see exactly what it is that they want to be doing. And you can see all these guys are just a nice heavy clip. They aren't going too crazy. They aren't getting too out of control or out of hand.
1,500 to start on the bike. We saw a picture of a few of our athletes coming in, and there's some pretty big, I would say this is a big boy event. And when you're talking about some big, strong athletes, Griffin Roll out of the United States is one of those athletes that can throw around some big weight, especially when you're talking about snatching, because that guy's throwing up over a 300-pound snatch in competition. And when you put a 100-pound dumbbell in his hand, I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of those athletes that should do well in an event like this that I think favors the bigger, stronger athlete.
Well, yeah. I mean, you have to think about the power that these guys are putting into their into that bike. I mean, it is a heavy, heavy piece of equipment. And, all these guys are really getting after it. So they really are trying to do, look, if you got power, you got to use it. And here these athletes are definitely going to be doing just that.
Got our first hand in the air, signifying they're pretty close to getting off that bike. We're approaching the 2-minute mark, and C2 bikes, they go a lot faster than your normal rower, almost twice as fast in terms of the pacing. So what you would normally see is maybe a 4-minute-ish to 5-minute-ish 1,500-meter row. You're going to see about half that time on the bike as we see all hands in the air from the judges. And we're going to see who the first athlete off the bike will be. There is Griffin Roll, one of those athletes you were talking about that should fare well, starting to reel it back a little bit, because now this is the big separators, that big dumbbell and that high box.
Yeah, Griffin is a very powerful athlete. We've seen him he can throw barbells around like it's no big deal. So it's nice to see that he has the ability to, work that bike. And you can tell he's very comfortable, but I think that once he gets his hands on those dumbbells, he's really going to be able to do some damage to a lot of these other athletes that are on the floor. I mean, he is a strong competitor, a very aggressive competitor. I know he wants to make it to the games. I mean, he really wants to take his shot and try to make it there.
All athletes off the bike. I think it was up in maybe lane 3. Moritz Feiberg was the first athlete off the bike. But we've seen a stark difference between what happens in the first 1,500 meters and what happens in the next 3 rounds of 10 snatches, 100 pounds alternating, and 10 burpee box jump overs at 30 inches. And you can already see what that weight is doing to some of these athletes on the floor.
The athletes can pick and choose whichever sanctional events they want to compete.
Wow, and just look, you can see a lot of these athletes are, now this is what's really funny, is you think 15 burpee box jump over, it's not a big deal, but you can see that there's definite thought going into every single rep. These guys do not want to go and miss it, but they also know that they have 3 rounds. So it's not just the fact that it's 15 reps, it's going to be 45 reps, which is a lot. This is going to ramp up their heart rate, and they want to make sure they can really close hard on that 3rd round. So first round, again, just kind of get into it, get yourself moving, keep yourself consistent, don't go too deep into that pain cave, and then see what you can pull out as you work your way into those next rounds. I mean, look at the size of that dumbbell. Jeez. It looks like a circus toy, like the old school, like strongman, just big old round ends on that thing. Man, gigantic.
And looking, actually, it's only going to be 10 burpee box jump overs. So that pace is going to extend or increase just a little bit more, having that less rep scheme. So 1 round done for about half the men in heat number 2, individual men's event number 3. They started off with a 1,500 meter bike on the Concept 2 bike erg, and they're moving into the second round of 10 single arm dumbbell snatches at 100 pounds and 10 burpee box jump overs at those 30 inches. Now, a 100-pound dumbbell, we've seen in past regionals, we've seen it in past games. That 30 inches, however, for a burpee box jump over, I feel like that extra 6 inches above your normal standard 24 is, I think, what is slowing some of these athletes down because of it, just a little wrinkle that some athletes maybe not be might be prepared for.
See hands going up in the air there. Again, that's a great tempo that he's holding. Nice and relaxed. You don't see him, going too crazy. We're starting to see a lot of guys that are doing that stepping up and maybe a little bit of a pop-up, but they're being very smart about how they're moving, making sure that they're breathing. You don't see the normal, like if it was just the burpee box jump overs and they knew that this was the end, you'd see a lot more of a rapid pace. But these guys are being very smart about how they're moving, being very consistent, containing that energy, being able to save it as much as they can for that big, powerful pull and snap that they have to do with that snatch. I mean, look at that. I mean, granted, these guys aren't even having to snatch, squatting underneath it. There's a lot of powerful pull that's going into those movements. Look at that. Wow.
Most athletes into their second set of burpee box jump overs. They'll have one final round to go. And in the back part of your screen, we have about 4 athletes moving into their final round. And this has been a pretty strong pace from the start. Again, we said how hard the dumbbell is in terms of weight and maybe overall awkwardness if you're not used to it. But the demand on the lower body that got sucked out of it right from the beginning with that 1,500 meter bike, you got to hope that you kind of pace it out enough. I think after seeing this, you can tell is that you can actually back off that first 1,500 meters a little bit more than maybe you think. And you have a lot more room to make up here at the end, but the pace set, and that's looking at his last set of burpee box jump overs. That 30 inches doesn't look quite as high as I said it might be for these athletes.
Wow, look at that. And he's really picking up. He knows he's got the hand up in the air, really picking up that tempo. And that's exactly what you want to see. You want to know that they're able to keep pushing themselves and be able to get themselves and finish strong into the end like that. That was a great finish.
I believe that might be Jake Berman out of the United States who takes heat number 2 right around that 7 minute and 15 second mark. The question is, who's going to be second in this heat? There is a 10-minute cap for this event. Our second athlete in. And what we've seen is this is heat number 2. We have 4 heats total. Griffin roll across the finish line. And just the devastation we'll start to see on this end because of, what I like, the 10 rep scheme, right? It's only 10, and you keep going back and forth. So a lot of that is kind of dictating the pace of this event.
Wow. And it's funny because, this isn't a blazing fast event, but look at the carnage that it's putting on these guys. I mean, when you have that much of an explosive power type of movement between the dynamic jumping, the dynamic burpee, that explosive movement in the snatch, it's really taking a lot out of these guys. And man, I mean, we knew there was going to be a lot of legs in this one, but it was crazy starting to see some of those athletes barely using their legs and trying to resort to a lot of arm work on those snatches because they were literally blowing out that bottom half of the body.
Last half of heat number 2, scrambling to finish towards the end. We're right about that, close to that 9-minute mark. We just said there was a 10-minute cap. And again, this all started with a 1,500 meter Concept 2 bike. Finishing up their 3 rounds of 10 snatches and 10 burpee box jump overs. Less than 1 minute remaining. 2 athletes left on the competition floor. Looks like Oscar Tyberg.
Wow.
30.
Man, just leg annihilation.
And it looks like that will close out heat number 2, men's individual event number 3, as we still have 2 more heats remaining. As we approach that 10-minute cap, every athlete in this heat underneath that 10-minute time cap. And this is kind of one of those events where you want to know how to, I think there's a lot of strategy that can become, that come into play after a couple heats go, because you're not really sure exactly how to pace out the bike or how hard you're able to push at the end, depending on how fast you go. So those last couple of heats are going to be, have a major advantage, I think, strategy-wise, being able to watch these 2 events take place.
And also chest to bar pull-ups.
So as we saw in the beginning, you know, we knew that these guys would come out with a decent clip but not try to crush themselves on that 1,500 meter on the bike. You can see all these guys are fairly relaxed, except for right there. That looked a little faster than I think it was actually meant to be. But, you know, again, a nice, good clip. And it was about how you were going to hold that tempo with those burpees and those snatches. You saw just how heavy those big dumbbells were. We started seeing some guys failing to get to just using the arm. But in the end, Jake Berman just was able to keep that tempo. And what an unbelievable finish by Jake. That was a perfect way to race that, perfect tempo all the way through.
Well, that'll close out men's individual event number 3, heat number 2. 2 more heats to go here at the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown.
On the male side of the competition, and then we'll be moving on to the females in this event number 3.
With that, let's bring in our heat number 3 for the elite male athletes. Give it up for your athletes, and here on lane 1 from CrossFit Fitness, Elite August. Lane 2 from Camaraderie CrossFit.
And we are live. Thank you for joining us here on the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown broadcast. We're looking at heat number 3 of elite male event number 3 to kick off this Saturday action for these gentlemen. We're looking at the athletes ranked between positions 11 and 20 right now. These guys are certainly looking into cracking the top 10. So these competitors, what we're looking at right now in lane number 1, hometown hero from Netherlands, Elwin Tar Arvest. I hope I'm not butchering this name. Second lane, I'm sorry about that. Lane number 2, Georgios Karavis, fittest man in Greece. In lane number 3, Javi Bustos from Spain. In lane 4, from Germany, Oskar Gunther. In lane number 5, from Poland, Wojtek Laszczyk. In lane number 6, also from Spain, Arturo Oreda. In lane number 7, Zach George from UK. In lane number 8, Sam Stewart from Ireland. In lane number 9, Fernando Llanesa from Spain, and also from Spain to round it up in lane 10, Diego Jimenez. So these gentlemen are setting up their Concept 2 bike ergs, and they're going to kick things off. There's a buy-in in this workout, basically 1,500 meters on this Concept 2 bike erg, followed by 3 rounds for time. Well, obviously the workout is for time, but 3 rounds of 10 dumbbell snatches at 45 kilos, 10 burpee box jump overs, 30 inches, with a time cap of 10 minutes. So athletes are being set up on their starting mats. And here they come. So 1,500 meters. They go, oh my God. Diego Jimenez had a hard time jumping on his bike. Sometimes that happens in competition when you try to go too fast. And look at this pace that this guy, he wants the bike to be rolling at a high pace right from the start. So this is a sprint, obviously. short reps, 10 reps of each movement and 1,500 meters from the start. The thing is, you gotta learn to go the fastest possible and managing your heart rate. You don't want your legs to be burnt out right off the bat getting out of this bike erg. You want your legs to be fresh to make sure you can cycle those dumbbells and have a good rhythm also on the burpees. So this one's going to be a lot of strategy. You got to know yourself a lot, but these competitors are no stranger to competition. A lot of them have actually been part of these Europe regionals, probably a couple of sanctionals also under their belts. Looking at Sam Stewart here in lane number 8 from Ireland. Second fittest man in Ireland. Fittest man in Greece also in lane number 2, Georgios Karavis. Here we see in lane number 1 from Netherlands, Elwin Tar Avest. And we should see some judges' hands up in the air just under 2 minutes by some scientific calculations of the previous heats. So the bike erg is, as you probably know if you've been doing CrossFit for quite some time, is the only erg that is using only the legs. So the Rogue Echo bike or the Assault bike are also using the shoulders. So the upper body should be quite fresh when these competitors will hit these dumbbell snatches. But the thing is, you got to be sure that your posterior chain is also maintaining, like I said, some kind of rhythm. Be able to work through this dumbbell because 45 kilos is no joke. And you got to move it for 30 repetitions total in that workout. So let's see who goes off the bike first. So Karavis will be the first working this dumbbell, just followed by Arturo Orera from Spain. Zach George also no problem there. This guy, competitor from the UK, look at this. Big Zach moving this dumbbell, no problem there. Sam Stewart also cycling. Let me tell you, probably this is going to sound weird to you, but these 10 first repetitions might be the hardest ones because you're getting off the bike, you want to start cycling and start getting the movement in. Speaking of getting the movement in, Georgios Karavis still leading the charge, just a slight rep advantage over Tar Avest in lane number 1. So hands in the air already from the judge. But as you know, it's not how fast you start, it's how fast you finish. Let's see if Karavis can keep on leading this pack there and try to make his way into the very final heat for the next events. The time to beat, by the way, folks, is 7 minutes and 20 seconds established by Jake Berman in the previous heat. So 7 minutes and 20 seconds. As you can see, Karavis, no problem with the burpee box jump overs, already back on the dumbbell. As all the other competitors are chasing him. Different strategies used there by the competitors. We'll get back to it on the next round. So like I said, it's all about the movement quality. It's not... The first round you can go through it for sure, but if you can't have a great quality of movement, this range of movement, moving efficiently on these burpees, moving efficiently on, and as you can see there, Karavis, last snatch, big press there. Karavis, a specialist of gymnastics movement, probably a little more problem moving heavy weights compared to some other big guys like Zach George. As you can see, Karavis is jumping on the box and jumping off as well, so wasting no time. But Zach making the transition. Zach, as you can see right there in lane number 7. the black shorts, is making the transition, stepping down on the box, and can go right back into the burpee. Everyone is chasing the man you see on the screen. Black top, gray shorts. Georgios Karavis in lane number 2 is going to be the first to flip his box and make the way to the dumbbell. But here comes Zach George.
5-minute 40-second mark.
Now I got to say, this is the type of workout that is going to give a certain advantage to big guys. I mean, on the bike, on the box jumps, just see Zach standing right next to this 30 inches box jump. Looks like 20 inches if I was standing right next to it. And Zach George making his last snatch. Already back on the box, gaining the lead. And did you see him look at Georgios Karavis? Finally done with his snatches, struggling a little in his last round, trying to gain some ground over Zach George, who was moving this dumbbell like a loaf of bread. Let me remind you the mark to beat, 7 minutes and 20 seconds by Jake Berman. Looks like Zach George will have plenty of time to beat it. Hand in the air, just a few more reps for Zach George, UK's very own. Now leading this third and second to last final heat. And here we go. In 7 minutes, 2 seconds, Zach George, heat win. Sending a message also to the final heat. Georgios Karavis in 7:15. So we'll take the unofficial second place before the last heat. Georgios Karavis, by the way, who finished second in the online qualifier prior to the finals here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Qualifier that was won by no other than Canadian Cedric Lapointe, who you'll see in action in the next heat coming. Sam Stewart is also done, the most electrifying man to come out of Ireland. Well done there. So Jake Berman's time is going to be a good one. Diego Jimenez, a handful of reps here. Plenty of time left for all those competitors to get the work done inside the 10-minute time cap. Jimenez unofficially in 8:14. And Javi Bustos on his last rep as well, running to the finish mat. Just have a few competitors on the floor. And that's all she wrote, folks, for this third heat of event number 3 at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Oh, I'm sorry, another competitor is still here on the floor. I believe this is Fernando Llanesa from Spain. Under the watchful eye of Zach George. Grueling pace here in his final burpees, not giving up.
More than enough time to finish these last 5 reps as he has Zach George in his corner cheering him on.
Final rep here for Llanesa on his finish mat.
Up and over his box and into the end zone.
And here we are.
9 minutes and 16 seconds.
Thank you for joining us again on this re-live stream of the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown presented by Reebok. Time for me to hand the mic to Chase Ingraham for the final heat of event number 3.
In this heat number 3. Again, we're gonna reset the floor and then bring out our last heat. So, but this heat was a battle between Georgios Karavis and Zach George. Those two gentlemen going back and forth, but it was Zach George in the end taking the heat at 7 minutes and 2 seconds. And Karavis taking the second place and the second best time so far at 7 minutes and 15 seconds. So these guys definitely doing a great job in this event, and they might have been able to push themselves ahead of the some of the last heat of athletes coming in next as well.
Venezuela, all over the world, but what I'm wondering is, where are you guys from? The spectators, where are you guys from? Is anyone here from the United States? No one from the States? Okay, cool. Let's try something closer. Is there anyone here from France? No one from France? Okay, cool. No one here. Is there anyone from Germany here?
Thank you for tuning in and catching the action here from the Netherlands. We are at the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. I am Logan Vanderpool, joined by Hanu Payari.
That's pretty good.
I'm trying my best, folks. And next up, we have our fourth and final heat of our elite men. These guys looking to clinch the win this weekend and earn their invite to the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin. To do so, they are going to be chasing AJ Visser.
Hello, everyone. Chase Ingram here with Bill Grunler. We have 3 heats down of individual men's event number 3 for the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown. Bill, you've had an opportunity to see this event take place. Walk us through exactly what the event is, and then maybe your strategy that you would advise this 4th and final heat coming into this last part.
Well, and it's a very classic setup as far as a CrossFit workout in this sort of a setting. We start off with a monostructural kind of kick in the butt with that 1,500-meter bike, and then you get into 3 rounds of 10 reps of that heavy dumbbell snatch and those burpee box jump overs at 30 inches. We've watched I think when you start off and you just look at this on paper, the thing that kind of catches your eye are those the heavy dumbbell snatches at 100 pounds. They are big, they are cumbersome, and that is very heavy. But as we've seen in the last couple heats, what really ends up happening is there is a lower body destruction that goes on. We saw just the carnage that was on the floor in that last heat with very powerful athletes. So that you have to be very smart about how you're going to set this up. And I think that, just as you would do it with anything else, if there was a run or a row or another piece like that at the very start, is have a good clip on that bike. Don't crush yourself on the bike, but be able to get something so you're kind of in the group, you're in the game, you're charging up that engine, you're getting yourself ready to go. But the idea here is you want to try to do as best you can to really negative split those 3 rounds of 10 on the snatch. Even on that first round of the 10 snatches and the burpee box jump overs, you don't have to go all out crazy there because you want to get a feel for your tempo in the middle of that race, but have a good tempo, be able to keep yourself moving, and then try to negative split that as you get yourself to that finish line.
Heat 4 set and ready to go for men's individual event number 3. Now, as things get set up in terms of what we're watching via the live stream, there's a bit of a freeze here on the screen, but in terms of, we know they're going to be on the bike for 1,500 meters. We saw some of the athletes in the previous heats right around that 2 to 2.5 minute mark in terms of time frame. Kind of explain the difference between what most people would be used to, say 1,500 meters on a row, and how that kind of translates to time-wise to 1,500 meters on the bike.
Well, you got to figure, I think most people have a general outlook of an approximate, somewhere between a 152 minute if you have a row for a 500-meter split in the middle of a workout. If you're putting it up in the beginning, everyone's going to be fresh, everyone's going to be ready to go, so that's probably going to drop down, especially for these guys. You're going to be looking somewhere around like a 140, 145 split for those powerful athletes if they were rowing. That being said, all these athletes are like your top-end athletes, have some more experience. They're not going to try to come out and blow themselves out of the water in this first piece. They just want to get their heart rate going. They want to be comfortable, because you are not going to win this event by winning the bike portion. So yeah, you can come off first, and that'll be kind of like your 15 seconds of fame, and it'll probably only last about 15 seconds, because once you get yourself off the bike, then the really grunt work starts to go. And this is one of the things that, especially in this particular heat, this is a grunt workout. It's a very classic setup, but it's about grunt work. You have this start, but then it's about moving heavy weight in that really dynamic, burpee box jump over with that high box jump. So someone that I'm really kind of keeping my eye on here is going to be John Colte. He's in the middle of your screen there. I believe he's over in lane number 3. Very powerful athlete, but we were talking about him earlier. He's like farm boy strong. It's not the cleanest movements. And we saw this, back in the regional days when the last regional event where he had to do Linda. The movements didn't look pretty, but that guy is all grit and just does not stop. So I'm really anxious to see how he's going to be able to handle this heavy weight and these burpee box jump overs as he gets to him.
Just past the 2-minute mark as these athletes are taking on the 1,500-meter buy-in on the concept to bike, hand in the air for all judges. And Bill, as you said before, in terms of a grunt work event and kind of a big boy event too, because with that heavy dumbbell, 100 pounds, it doesn't have to be pretty, right? There's not a squat involved, and there's John Colte, as we were talking about earlier, but it's just rip it and grip it off the ground. And then that burpee box jump over, it's just get down and get over. So the element of, I would say, technique is no longer needed, as the athletes, they're all moving off the bike really the same time.
And that, and I think that when you have an element like that, that's what you want to do. You just want to stay in the group. You're not trying to beat anyone off the bike. So it's, don't worry about it. As long as you're in the mix, you're fine. But this is now where the race begins. How hard are you going to be able to move this? How comfortable do you feel with that dumbbell moving up and down? How are you setting that? And I really like how some of these guys are bringing that dumbbell back to the shoulder and then swapping their hands at the bottom rather than just kind of airdropping all the way down. That's a lot of time under tension on that grip. And if you can kind of control that, you can almost get like a rebound off the ground into that next rep.
Looks like lane number 2, Tremaine Jensen, he's in the lead, though not the first athlete to the box. I believe that should be in lane 5, AJ Visser. And John Colte, who's up in lane number 3 in the gray and black shorts, he's actually one of the last guys off the bike. Now, as you said before, that could be more of a strategy than it is a deficiency when it comes to the bike for John.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's a deficiency at all. I mean, we already know the heart that guy works in. We already saw an athlete go down. That's the assault on the legs that we were talking about. It seems like it's not a big deal, but remember, that's a 30-inch box jump, and you just rode the bike, so the legs got primed. If you push too hard, then you're definitely going to feel that, and then that dumbbell is heavy. But like, getting back to the John Colte thing, you're right. I don't think it's a deficiency. I think he's being smart. He's got a couple more years under his belt now, and he really wants to be able to put himself, get himself to the games again.
We saw some of the fastest times around that 7-minute mark, and you can see is that this might be a product of either not strong enough with the dumbbell or fast on the bike.
Great positioning on those dumbbells. Wow. I think if you look at his face there, that right there was those were a lot harder than I thought they were going to be. I got 2 more rounds of those. Crap.
And we got 3 athletes moving to the box at the same exact time. And in 4th is John Colte, just about 5 seconds behind the pace. Your 3 leaders moving into event number 2. So he has already made up at least 5 positions.
And that really is a great shot, being able to see everyone. Of course, I don't know, Chase. I think my stream froze also. Technical difficulties.
To see the layout of the competition floor. These athletes, we're in heat 2. Now it is still rolling, so we're going to roll along with this as we are just past the 5-minute mark, approaching 6.
So the athlete that I really want to keep my eye on is going to be John Colte. And if you look at the Lowlands logo down at the bottom, he's just going to be on the left-hand side there. So there's that kind of open lane right above the logo. John's going to be just to the left of him. That's in lane 3. That's I really think that even though he's 4th, he was last coming off the bike, moved himself up into 4th place. getting into that second round, starting that second round. So now it's like, okay, how much harder, how much faster is he going to be able to go? He looked really composed going into that second round, and I didn't see his tempo on the burpees being slowed down at all. So I'm really anxious to see, once we get our stream back here, where he's been able to move up to. It's going to be kind of a surprise. Now it's kind of a grab bag, if you will, as we're sitting here waiting.
We got some video back, and it looks like time for the last part of event number 3, heat number 4. And I do believe that it's still AJ Visser over in lane number 5, still holding on to that lead that he had over the 2 athletes chasing him, and that would be in lane number 9, Cedric Lapointe.
Wow, that's a good look at that tempo. Woo!
And I believe it's Visser trying to hold off Lapointe, hand in the air. Lapointe just in front, all the way to the finish line. Should
wow.
AJ Visser in lane 5, Lapointe in lane number 9. Right around that 7-minute time frame, we saw a lot of those athletes in that top position. I think Ryan Souter and John Colte just finished, and they were one of the last 2 off the bike, so they made up a lot of ground. But I am very surprised to see how AJ held everyone off the entire time, since he was one of the early ones leading from the start.
And, here we have a couple athletes, still left out on the ground, still left out on the floor. You just cannot disregard how heavy that dumbbell is. I mean, most people, I think, the 70, the 75, the 70 and 75 pounds are a heavy dumbbell, but that is a big jump. And if you haven't been using that on a regular basis, then it's kind of a shock to the system trying to get that thing up. And again, it's a single-handed. I mean, all these guys can snatch a lot of weight, but it's just very awkward to wheel that big dumbbell around like that. So I think it's you can definitely see how much of a change that is for some of these athletes if they've never touched that.
Now there is a 10-minute cap to this event, and trying to finish it out is lane number 10, Thorsten Bruning. One of those athletes we saw that was struggling a bit with that weight on the snatch side, obviously having no issue whatsoever with the burpee box jumps. And it's not surprising to see that being a bit of a paradox between the 2 implements, one being a heavy weight, one being a body weight.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the way he was even trying to lug that 100-pound dumbbell around. I mean, it was just heavy, but at least he was able to make up some of that time on those burpees.
You just saw a shot of AJ Visser, who takes heat number 4. We'll have to wait for the overall official results to see who takes event number 3, but from start to finish, it was one man all the way by himself in that middle lane.
Yeah, AJ Visser, we talked about how fast should you go on the bike. You just need to stay in that group. And, and again, doesn't mean you can't be in the lead off the bike. It's just you're not trying to crush people on the bike. And he did just that. He had a great tempo off the bike. I was really impressed at the way he was moving through those rounds. And I mean, and again, look, it was almost a stumble at the very end. I think he pushed himself exactly to the limit, and that's exactly how you want to race any of these races, is push it to where you fail at the very end as you're crossing the finish line. And that was a great finish by him.
Still one of the fastest overall heats we've seen for the individuals in event number 3, but that will do it for the individual men for event number 3 here at the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown.
Winner of event number 3.
Exactly. Hi, guys. I'm with AJ Visser, our winner of event number 3, and also our current leader. Are you happy with this comfortable cushion you've created for yourself?
Yeah, super unexpected. I knew I'd do well in the run yesterday, but moving day for me yesterday, and now just trying to hold on to one of those top spots.
All right. We look forward to seeing what you're going to do. We wish you good luck.
That was AJ Visser, ladies and gentlemen. He's grabbed 2 event wins here so far out of 3 events, so definitely setting himself up well for the rest of the weekend. And now we're going to shift over to the female side in the elite category, and taking a look right here on of the standings after 2 events. Leading is Emily Dwyer from CrossFit Colchester, 164 points. Second place, Whitney Stevenson, an OPEX athlete with 150 points, and only 2 points behind them, tied for third place, are Nina Kula and Alice Mill from CrossFit Aachen and CrossFit Walleye, rounding out your top 3. So it's a tight race on the female side as well at the top of the leaderboard.
And now we bring in the female athletes for the heat number 1 for event number 3, starting from lane 2 from FFM CrossFit, Nancy Bedard. On lane 3 from FFM CrossFit, Marina.
It is our first heat of elite females taking to the floor. In lane number 2, we have Nancy Bedard. In lane number 3 is Marina Ferenko. In lane number 4 is Laura Hamalainen. In lane 5, Emiko Nietz. In lane number 6 is Belinda Becker. Lane 7 is Lorena Pergola. In lane number 8 is Emilia Vijantola. And in lane number 9 is Lean Kroll.
And again, we're bringing down the distance on that bike a little bit to 1,000 meters for the females. And the dumbbell for the females is 35 kilos, box 24 inches, which is about 60 centimeters. Everything else stays the same. 3 rounds of snatches and burpee box jump overs after that 1,000 meter bike.
30 seconds.
Belinda Becker right there on your screen.
Seconds. Stand by.
And the ladies are off. This is the first heat out of 4 on the ladies' side of the elite competition here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. And also these ladies are competing for that invite to the Reebok CrossFit Games 2019. This CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, one of the last sanctional competitions here before the CrossFit Games later on this summer. So one of the last opportunities to grab an invite here. None of the athletes on the field on the female side have an invite. So whoever can take it will earn that invite and chance to compete in Madison, Wisconsin at the CrossFit Games.
It is a free-for-all for these ladies. No spot is guaranteed nor claimed already for that ticket to Madison. These ladies of the elite division looking to claim that spot if they're able to stand on top of the podium at the end of the weekend here at the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. This is our first heat of elite females. And like Hanu said, our buy-in on the Concept 2 bike decreased capacity a bit for the ladies. 1,000 meters on the Concept 2 bike, and all judges' hands are in the air, indicating that these ladies are more than halfway through, less than 500 meters to bike.
Emilia Vihantola there on your screen as Laura Hämäläinen there in the blue tights, one of the first athletes off the bike. She's a Finnish athlete and a box owner from Lahti in Finland. And now the rest of the field is catching up. All of these ladies on those dumbbell snatches for the first time. 10 repetitions, move the dumbbell, move on to the box, 10 there, and repeat that for 3 rounds, and then race across the finish line for a finish.
It's a back and forth between 2 movements from here on out. A couplet, as we call it in CrossFit. 4 ladies on the field onto their first set of burpee box overs. And Hannu, it looks like we're seeing a couple different techniques utilized to get these ladies up and over.
That is true. The judges have given a lot of leeway to these athletes to figure out how they want to approach this. The standard is very simple. Chest and thighs to the ground and get over the box any way you can. You can jump over the box, you can try and clear the box, or you can step over. The only thing that cannot happen is another part of your body touching the box while you're going over, then your legs. So a lot of the athletes opting for that step over. And now lanes number 3, 4, and 5 are the ladies that are leading the way.
Marina Ferenko from the Ukraine. We have Laura Hämäläinen.
Yes.
From Finland. And Emiko Neitz representing Switzerland. It looks like they're in the black t-shirt and black leggings now in the middle of your screen.
It is Emiko Neitz. As you see these 3 athletes that are currently leading in this heat work through these burpee box jump overs.
Second of 3 rounds on the burpee box jump overs. The ladies making their way up and over 24 inches on the box. Not sure what that equates to in centimeters.
That's about 60 centimeters.
There we go.
61 if we're being precise. And now it is Emiko Neitz, middle of the field, the first athlete to move back to her dumbbell for the final time. And behind her there in the blue tights is Laura Hämäläinen trying to catch up. And behind her in all black, it's Marina Ferenko from Septem CrossFit. It's a battle between these 3 ladies. All of them are on their final round.
Back to the dumbbell for the final time. 35 kilos in hand for all 3 ladies, as we are 5 minutes and 30 seconds into our 10-minute time cap. But it's Laura Hämäläinen.
Laura is falling back a little bit against these 2 other athletes here, but it was Marina Ferenko. She was the first athlete coming into these last final box overs. She's on your screen on the left side in all black. Laura Hämäläinen in the middle in the blue tights, and Emiko Neitz on the right side.
There we go at the top of the screen. Marina Ferenko, first athlete with her judge's hand in the air. All of these sets will end on the rig side of the box. And there she is, she's up and over and into the end zone, an unofficial time of 6 minutes and 25 seconds. A heat win for Marina Ferenko. She was followed by Emiko Neitz, and behind them, Laura Hämäläinen. Last 5 reps in lane 2 for Nancy Bedard, excuse me. And in the purple top and striped shorts, we have Lean Kroll. And a little bit wobbly legs getting her across the finish line. There was Lorena Pergola. Lorena from Italy. $35 kilos in hand here for Lean Kroll.
Emilia Vihantola there on the screen, finishing up her last set of burpee box jump overs, and she's gonna get across the line.
Emilia from Finland.
Representing CrossFit Kuopio.
And we've got our last two female athletes on the floor working through their final set of 10 dumbbell snatches. Oh, and they're neck and neck, but Lean Kroll looking to move ahead and first to strike on her last set of burpee box jump overs. It's a no rep for Kroll, and that will allow
Belinda Becker to try and catch up.
These ladies are neck and neck as we approach the 90-second mark for event number 3.
Even though these athletes are the few last ones to finish, they don't want to give an inch to anybody else, so they're still battling all the way to the end to see who gets that spot a little bit higher up. They're going rep for rep, and we got a foot race to the finish line. This is going to be a too close to call. It was Belinda Becker and Lean Kroll finishing almost at the same time. We're going to have to go to the scorecards to see which one of these ladies will finish first. But that's it for this first heat of female athletes. They are done.
some carnage there on the floor from event number 3 here at the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Our first heat of elite females to kick off their day 2 of competition here in the Netherlands.
Still to come today, we still have event number 4 and 5 for the team side of the competition, and events 4 and 5 for the individual male and females, and still 3 more heats to go on the female side here in this event number 3. So a quick reset of the floor here, and then we'll move on to the next heat. So again, these ladies going through the bike first. Just get that done and then move on to the 3 rounds. It was a 3-way race between Marina Fedenko, Laura Hämäläinen and Emiko Nates. But in the end, it was Marina Fedenko who takes the first spot in this heat with 6 minutes and 25 seconds unofficially. Emiko Nates takes 2nd place, and Laura Hämäläinen right there, 3rd place in the heat.
All right, folks, welcome to Elite Females Heat 2 of the third individual event at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. So let's go ahead and see if we've got an idea of who is in these heats. We got a full heat here, 10 athletes. Lane number 1 is Anastasia Vladimirova. Lane number 2 is Oriana Martinez. Lane number 3 is Leonie Henrik. Lane number 4 is Vera Koskelainen. Lane number 5, Angelica Bankston. Lane number 6, Laura Isoposu. Lane number 7, Jessica Vetter. Lane number 8, Rosalie Soord. Lane number 9, Sarah Postema. And lane number 10, Kendra Pennings. So what we're looking at here, folks, is a very similar event to what we saw on the men's side, but with a slight difference. Instead of starting off with a 1,500 meter effort on that Concept 2 bike erg, they're starting off with a 1,000 meter effort on the Concept 2 bike erg. So 1,000 meters on the bike erg, followed by 3 rounds of 10 dumbbell snatches and 10 burpee box jump overs. It was a quick workout on the men's side. We saw a lot of really great, fast performances. I suspect it's going to be a very quick workout on the women's side as well. We have some pretty talented CrossFitters hanging out in this heat and competing against one another. I think we're going to be seeing some pretty solid times. You know, I would assume that the athletes here, having watched all the men go and having watched the previous heat of the women's athletes go, they have a good idea of where they need to pace and where they need to push. And, you know, as Bill Grundler likes to say, the bike erg, in this case, sometimes he talks about the rower, but it's a trap. It absolutely is a trap. He and Chase Ingram like to talk about how, you know, you can definitely lose the workout on these machines, but you can't necessarily win the workout on these machines. And I think that's a really important concept to understand for, you know, athletes who are looking to try and figure out exactly how best they're going to be pacing an event like this. Well, you don't want to blow it out of the water on that bike erg, that's for sure. Because if that's what ends up happening, you're probably not going to be making it through in a very competitive time if you get stuck on this bike erg just on a sprint right off the bat.
A few of the athletes now rocking some nice new sunburns and or tan lines.
And us as well. Laura Isoposu there on your screen.
The ladies of heat number 2, our second heat, to take a crack at our third.
Got hands up in the air across the board here. Not surprising. Not surprising at all. We got some really fit ladies in this heat. They're moving quick.
On the Concept 2. Once done with the 1,000 meters, they are done with the bike and able to move on and make good friends with that 35-kilo dumbbell and 24-inch box.
The first athletes in that previous heat were off the bike at about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. As we see our first athletes already off the bike.
All right, we got an athlete off of our bike already.
In less than 2 minutes, so these ladies already moving.
Let's see what lane that is. I think that was lane 7, Jessica Vetter, who came out there first.
One of the first athletes off the bike. Sarah, a local
maybe lane
athlete
8.
from the Netherlands.
Rosalie Soord.
Compete and perform in front of her family and friends. She was one of the first to the dumbbell, but she's going to have to catch up with the rest of the field. There to the left.
Yeah, we got 3 athletes on the burpee box jump overs already. Really moving through this quickly. Wasting no time. Just stepping on over and getting right on the ground.
There to the left now
what I'm looking for here on these burpee box jump overs is really efficiency, right? The big trap on a burpee is staying at the ground. There's no reason to stay on the ground. You don't get any extra rest if you stay on the ground. What you want to do is get down and get back up as quickly as you can. I like this step over by Kendra Pennings. I think it's a really, really efficient strategy. You save yourself some explosiveness, and it gives you an opportunity to just kind of have a much more reasonable and regular cadence to your burpee box jump overs.
So after one round of these dumbbell snatches and burpee box jump overs, it was Anastasia Vladimirova leading the way. She was the first to come back, and her split time was about 14 seconds faster than the winner of that previous heat, and she's already back at her box for the second time.
In the far top right corner of her screen, you can see her red shorts and black shirt.
On your screen right now, you've got Veera Koskelainen. She's a former alpine skier from Finland.
Got a few athletes already working on our burpee box jump overs, including Anastasia Vladimirova. We've got get my lane sheet up here. Angelica Bengtsson up there, really separating themselves from the field. And it's Anastasia Vladimirova who's moving up ahead into her final round here.
So if she can keep up with this pace, she will set the new time to beat.
And we're just approaching the 5-minute mark.
Right now, Anastasia Vladimirova, last set of dumbbell snatches, last station, 10 reps for her there, and 5 remaining as the judge's hand goes up.
Anastasia there in the red shorts, your heat leader, coming into today ranked 29th.
Judge's hand in the air for her to finish up her last rep there. There we go, and she goes off onto her final set of 10 burpee box jump overs.
Now in the far shot of the screen. The only athlete on her last and final set.
Now I get using the step overs in the first couple rounds, but I feel like the last round is a round meant for speed. You want to close it out. If you have it in you to just kind of go dark, I would say, you know, hopping up and down is probably going to be faster than stepping up and over. In like a perfect efficiency sense, you're going to want to speed through that final round as much as possible, which is going to mean being a little bit more plyometric and a little bit more explosive across those final reps. Looking like an unofficial time around 6:18 for Anastasia Vladimirova. Time to beat in this heat for sure.
About 6:20 was that unofficial time that she finished in, so a new time to beat set by Anastasia Vladimirova.
And right behind her was Angelica Bengtsson, finishing second in the heat.
Leonie Henrik gets across the line as well. As we approach the 7.
We still have about 3 minutes remaining in the time cap here, but I don't think that's going to be an issue for any of these athletes. They're moving pretty quick.
Into the Fit Aid end zone.
Nearly all of them wrapping up their last set of burpee box jump overs at this point.
Is Jessica Vetter there in the gray shorts and black top. Our 3 athletes starting at the bottom of the screen there are Sarah Postema, Rosalie Sourd.
Up and over to the finish line there.
Across the finish line. The hand in the air indicating the last 5 reps on the dumbbell snatch. That's Kendra Pennings.
There's our last athlete getting off of her dumbbell snatches, Kendra Pennings, moving on to her final set of burpee box jump overs. with just over 2 minutes remaining on this cap. That finish right there on the ground in the blue top and the yellow shorts, Oriana Martinez.
And now Pennings with 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. Last 5 repetitions of the burpee box jump over for Pennings.
Looks like the crowd's getting behind her. Fellow competitors coming to get her over that little hump, and finally finishing it up. Unofficial time of 8:30 for Kendra Pennings. And that's our last athlete in women's elite female heat 2 of event 3 at CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. This one is really leaving some of these athletes in the dust. This is a tough workout, but great performances all around.
Check out the leaderboard. You can also see a lot of cool stuff there as well.
And right here we have another look of this heat number 2 on event number 3. Anastasia Vladimirova starting strong and finishing strong. She was the athlete that took this heat and set the new time to beat. Right there, finishing second place was Angelica Benson, and Leonie Henry takes the 3rd spot in the heat. So 6 minutes and 20 seconds is the new time to beat, and that's what the athletes in the following heats are going to try and chase down. 2 more heats to go for the female side before we move back to the team competition for events 4 and 5. If you're just now joining us, this is CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. We're in Apeldoorn, the Netherlands, just outside of Amsterdam at the Omnisport Arena. Our partners this weekend are Rogue, FitAid, Reebok, and our broadcasting partner is NEP. If you want to check out the leaderboard, see where the athletes have played so far, go to www.crossfitlowlandsthrowdown.nl. You can find the leaderboards there, and then you can find the events as well, what we've done so far. We're right now in the afternoon of the 2nd day of competition. Already this morning we had the age groups take the floor for their events 3, 4, and 5. So masters athletes and teenagers. We've already seen male athletes in the
individual women event number 3, heat number 3 is about to go underway. We've had 2 heats go so far. I'm Chase Ingham. With me is Bill Grundler as we are doing our rebroadcast of the 2019 Lowlands Throwdowns. We're having a good time so far doing this. We can't wait to see what we have in store for the rest of the weekend, and we thank you guys for joining with us. But we saw the individual men go in this event. Now, on the bike side, it's 500 meters less, but the same 3 rounds of 10 snatches and 10 burpee box jump overs remained for the women.
Well, and what we saw with the men was it wasn't about the bike. Basically speaking, if you win the bike doesn't mean you're going to win the event. It's just a kind of a kick in the gut. How are you going to prime your engine before you have to get to the real grunt work part of the event? The 3 rounds of those dumbbell snatches and those burpee box jumps. And what we saw was and I don't want to say it's really coming from the bike. Yes, I know it's happening, but these athletes, I mean, like it's not like they don't do a bunch of leg work. I think what really comes down to it is the shock effect of the dumbbell snatches, jumping in and then getting into those big burpee box jumps. I mean, we saw a handful of those guys, good athletes, jumping up, and like they were wanting to jump, but their legs weren't having it, and they were kind of toppling over the top of those. So I want to see if the women, if especially as we get into these later heats, if they're going to have that same effect. I honestly, I don't expect to see a big race on the bike. I expect to see it in the rounds.
And we saw that before. And I think what's fun for us is that, you know, we talk a lot about programming all the time. We do it with our podcast, Get With The Programming. This is a really fun event. I like the way it's structured, the way they kind of like put that little trap out there in the beginning and then that grunt work at the tail end. So this is a pretty fun event for the Lowlands Throwdown.
Yeah, you know, and it is. I would say, you know, you don't see a whole lot of events like that where you have your buy-in to the actual event. And I think that's what we see here, and it is really fun. And you know, as these ladies hop onto these bikes, you have to think, okay, what kind of anxiousness do they have to get going? We've all been there where we either get on the rower or we get on the air runner or whatever that monostructural piece of equipment is that we're going to get going. And it's always the first 30, 45 seconds where you're like, whoa, let me just bring that back a second, because you could do a lot of damage to yourself if you aren't careful, if you aren't aware of where you're really going, you know, and how hard you're really pushing before you get into the work part. We know that those rounds are going to be tough, and the athletes that are going to win are going to try to negative split those 3 rounds. But right now, it's just about staying in the group, having a good, comfortable position, not letting your heart rate get up too high so that you can get into those, like we said, it's this next piece, those 3 rounds, it's pure grunt work, getting up and off the ground, jumping over that big box, and moving that dumbbell around.
Now, the question I have is that, you know, the men did 1,500 meters on the bike. We already have a hand in the air at the 1 minute mark.
Right.
1,000 meter only. That's a lot more equivalent to, I'd say, like a 500 meter row.
Yeah.
Does strategy change? Does a strategy change a little bit based off that shorter distance?
Well, I think, and you can see some of the athletes up here that are standing up and riding, if they have used the bike in training, if they understand exactly where they are, then yes. If a lot of these athletes, like you can see some of these athletes right here, just like on your screen, very calm, they're not pushing. So they're going the same strategy as the men, which is, let me just hang out. I'm not trying to win the ride. Now, you're right. If you bike all the time and you have one of these that you work with, sure, because you know exactly where to push yourself. Everybody knows how far to push on a row for a 500, 1,000 to 2,000, especially if you're up here trying to get to the games. But, you know, if you have that knowledge on a bike, then yes, you can use it to your advantage. But again, this is not about the bike race. It's about those dumbbells and those burpee box jump overs.
Ladies now making their way off the bike. The first 2 to the dumbbells, you can see them in the top right side of your screen in lanes 3 and lane 4 was actually Laura Clifton and Agata Herbert. They were well ahead of the rest of the field, and, you know, they're off the bike now. But one more thing is, like, you know, the Concept 2 bike is still relatively new. It's starting to get one of those staple things in gyms. So if you have some experience or even have one of these your own, that's a major advantage for a lot of these athletes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, we saw that when a lot of the rowers started coming out, or when the assault bike or the echo bike started coming out, or even the assault runner. If you have experience on whatever piece of equipment, you're always going to be one up against the rest of the field. Now, that's something that these women, if they don't have the piece, they have to kind of be able to adapt and overcome that issue. But, you know, nowadays, all these athletes, their engines are so good that, you know, with the monostructural elements like that, there really isn't anything technical that these athletes are going to be falling too far behind with.
Hand in the air for lanes 3 and lane 4. Still holding on to that early lead. We saw them coming off the bike between Clifton and Herbert. Now, on the men's side, they had 30 inches and 100-pound dumbbells. I can only assume that these are the 70-pound dumbbells for the women, but they are doing those 24-inch box jump overs. You see in lane number 3 in the white and black is Laura Clifton. She holds about a 2-rep lead on Agata Herbert. So your 2 leaders in lanes 3 and 4. First one's off the bike, still maintaining that lead going into the second round. There's 3 rounds once you get off the bike of 10 snatches alternating and 10 burpee box jump overs.
Right there's Laura Clifton. Now, one thing that I did notice is she did take a slight break, and you can see her again taking a break as she's going through those reps on those dumbbells, which is going to give Agata a chance to come up behind her. Now, one of the things that these athletes have to remember, that first round, this is the work round. So you're feeling, okay, how hard do I need to push? I know I have 2 more rounds to go. You know you're going to go to that really, really dark place on the 3rd round. But that second round is this is where you're like thinking, okay, did I mess up by going too hard in that first round? And I saw when Laura was going back to that dumbbell, she had to take a second, take a breather, and be like, okay, let me check myself before I wreck myself and get into the second round.
And if you want to know how hard these dumbbells are getting, just take a look in the center part of your screen. Is that, though some athletes make them look really light, you're talking about a 70-pound dumbbell on the women's side. That is nothing to just kind of like,
oh man,
go past.
Yeah, you cannot disregard how heavy that is. But again, some of these women, just like we saw on the men's side, there's so much power behind these athletes that they can really move that. So I like right there with Laura Clifton that you can see her picking up the pace. So she's very comfortable. She knows, all right, I'm in the right place, and now I can make it hurt. And this is exactly where we saw, the demolition happen with the men's side, is that they went deep into that dark place and just were, strewn out all over the floor afterwards. But man, there she goes.
It was a couple shaky first reps, but I think once she got her handle on things, she started turning up a little bit. I like what you're saying about the 3 rounds, kind of that middle round being the make or breaker. A lot of times we say that in 21-15-9, couplets and move or workouts that involve those. I think what's hard here is that there is no decrease in reps. So
no,
it's different when you get to the round of 50.
Ooh. Oh, so, and this is what we talk about. You want to ride that limit as hard as you can. You can see Laura just had a fail on that one. But this isn't, I wouldn't say that that's bad. I mean, she's riding that limit, and that's okay if you're failing at the very last rep, because you know that you're pushing your body and getting the maximum out of your body. And then right now, I mean, she's just riding the lightning. She's just hanging on for dear life. All she really has to do is make sure that both those feet get up there and she doesn't do a somersault over the other end. But way to recover. And she didn't get flustered by that either. Real impressive.
Now, Clifton was holding a lead off Herbert. But if you look, Clifton's in the bottom left, and she's in lane 3 in the white and black. Keeping pace on the right side of your screen is trying to run her down. I believe that's Anna Vigadal. And she is moving on those burpee box jump overs. She got to that box pretty quickly, but it is going to be Clifton, maybe to the line.
Ooh. Whoa.
Wow.
That was close.
Okay, so you have Clifton and Vigadal. I tell you what, she was closing hard there towards the end. Again, official scores, we're not sure. We do know it's under that 7-minute mark.
Oh, that was so fast. And, that's one of the things about these events is if you're kind of back in the mix a little bit, no one's really watching you. No one's pacing off you. So you get to stand back and watch the pace on everyone else. You can tell if you're making up that distance. You can tell, if you're approaching them. So, the lighter athlete, the smaller athlete is really going to be able to fly on those burpee box jumps. And that's exactly where what Vigadal was able to do. Really, I mean, great finish. Just edged out.
We got a little glitch in the matrix on the video side as the rest of the athletes are trying to finish. There's a 10-minute cap. We saw this on the men's side earlier in the day, but you're gonna have to see what the official results are, because it's different when you got chip timers and they can just pop up on the screen and tell you exactly who won. But you get these like grassroots CrossFit competitions, like you got to go to the main card, the hand timers, and see what those judges had.
I mean, you kind of think that, like, well, they all just passed out there on the floor. Like, they're done. Nope, we're back, and we're back.
About the 8:30 mark, the time cap was 10 minutes. I believe this is lane 10. Lauren Cogdale. I'm not surprised that she's the last one to finish. We saw how hard those dumbbell snatches
were
for her a little bit earlier.
And that was in the beginning of the event, so the fact that she's still able to finish and was moving those, I mean, that's a big accomplishment. That's a lot of weight, you know. And again, you can see all the ladies are out there surrounding. I mean, and me and you have had plenty of conversations about this, where it's really cool, but then you're really like, can you guys just go away? Just let me finish. Let me finish in my own nightmare over here.
Can't tell you how many times I've been the one being. I'm not a fan at all. It's like, oh, this is a classic CrossFit community moment. BS.
Well, I mean, okay, and I think that actually holds true in the gym, and what a great finish for her there. And at least, you know what, I think she knew if she can go into this event and be like, okay, I'm just going to try and hold on. I mean, she's happy she's got, that she finished. So way to finish for her. And I'm sure she wasn't too disappointed with having some people pushing her along.
I'll be curious to see what the final results are officially between Clifton, because that was a close finish towards the end. And it was really a 2-horse race the whole way through until the very end, when Vogadal came blasting through those last burpee box jump overs.
Oh yeah, she was like ninja from like the shadows, came out to attack. But just like we talked about, it's not about winning on the bike. But with that being said, Laura Clifton and Herbert, they did get off the bike first, and they had a little bit of that distance, and they were able to hold that. I mean, I'm going to say it was probably a good 15 seconds on the rest of the field.
Oh yeah.
If you give two powerful athletes that much time into the heavy weight work, into the grunt work, I mean, well, they're off and running, and that's exactly what happened. And that's what I really wish that we could have seen a little bit more of Vigadel as she was going and as she was kind of creeping her way up. Here we go. The ladies are kind of just in the field. We saw a handful kind of standing up, getting after, but that right there was basically the calmness that we saw. And then it was that 2-horse race, and we saw just how heavy it was for some of the athletes with Lauren. But the rest of the athletes, really able to move that dumbbell well. We saw that Laura Clifton made it where she started to fail just on the last rep. So, I mean, she pushed exactly where she needed to be. But, dang, that finish by Vigadel, impressive.
Exciting finish for heat number 3. There is still one more heat to go in women's individual event number 3. More action from the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown coming up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in this very final heat of event number 3, Elite Female Individual. We have our top 10 women so far in the competition taking the floor. In lane 1, Iselin Brogeland from Norway, who was issued 39th from the qualifier and made her way to the top 10. In lane number 2, Tyla Howe from UK. In lane number 3 from Belgium is Manon Anganez. In lane number 4, Alice Miele from Sweden. In lane number 5, Emily Dwyer from United Kingdom. In lane number 6 from USA, Whitney Stevenson. In lane 7, Nina Kuhler from Germany. In lane number 8, Siri Romesmo. I believe that's how you say it, from Belgium as well. In lane number 9, Hanne Short from Norway. And in lane number 10, Silje Emily Tonnesen from Norway as well. So we see our ladies taking the competition floor, adjusting their Concept 2 bike ergs, chalking it up, and back on the starting mats as we get ready to kick off the action here. My name is Greg Longto. Very glad to be with you on this live stream of the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, powered by Reebok. Few final moments before go time. So 10-minute time cap. As you know, this is the very final heat once again of event number 3. The first event for these elite female individuals on day number 2. So we started off with 1,000 meters on the Concept 2 bike erg. Then for 3 rounds, 10 dumbbell snatches alternating and 10 burpee box jump overs at 24 inches. One thing is interesting about this heat is that for sure these are top 10 competitors so far on the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, but a lot of them were not the top competitors actually in the online qualifier. Iselin Brogeland was 39th. Nina Kuhler in lane number 7 is her first individual competition ever. As we also see some more seasoned veterans like Alice Miele, no stranger to regional. Already a hand in the air here, I believe, is for Emily Dwyer in lane number 5. So judges put their hands in the air when 500 meters are left on the bike erg. On the male version of the workout, we had to go through 1,500 meters, and female version is 1,000. So we will see the top competitors hit the floor to go through the first series of the 10 dumbbell snatches in just a few seconds. The time to beat was established in previous heat by Anastasia Vladimirova, and her first split time was 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Now let's see what these ladies have in store. No problem there on the first 10. This is Silje Emily Tonnesen from Norway. And once again, it is so important to find a rhythm, have a great form on each and every single movement there. You don't want to start fighting with the dumbbell. You want a fluid snatch, fluid transition. Hannah Short in lane number 9 making quick work of the dumbbell and all of those competitors at the same time at the box. And what's going to be key in the burpees is not to get your heart rate up. So you don't want to move too fast to gun the burpees and come back to the snatch and struggling with this heavy weight. So Alice Miele here with the great top. Flawless technique. Not extending on the box. Transitioning there. So fast transition and stepping down the box. Oh, Manon Aganais here had to come back to the box to flip it. Struggling a little there. It seems like she may have been in the lead after the first round. But that struggle with the box might have opened the door for Alice Miele. Well under the 3:21 split time from Anastasia Vladimirova. Speaking of Alice Miele, here she is. Look at that. Smooth transitions on the way down. Not letting the dumbbell rest on the floor and already back to the burpees. 2 feet takeoff and transitioning on the box instead of losing that split second on the floor. Same thing goes for Manon Anganais, who is in lane number 3. So your overall leaders right now in this heat, lane 3 and 4 here is Manon Anganais. The second split time of Vladimirova in the previous heat was 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Let's see what our leaders can do for that. And Manon Agana is using step-ups. Different technique here. She's a very strong athlete. She's actually working out from her garage gym in Belgium, working out alone. Alice Mile is going to be the first to the dumbbell. 2 reps. Now 3 in front of Anganais. Starting to use these legs a little more. Hand in the air, only 5 reps to go as we see Hannah Short. Hannah Short, by the way, is a mother of 2. 31-year-old competitor taking the floor. And if you look closely in lane number 8, we have Siri Romesmo, who's our 2018 champ, the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Still competing in this final heat in 2019. Alice Mile taking a comfortable lead in this second round. No signs of slowing down at all, ladies and gentlemen. Accelerating in those finals box jump. And look at her go. Alice Mile is going to take this one in 5 minutes, 53 seconds, I believe. Unofficially, of course. Tyler Howe is going to take second. Manon Agana is third. And it's just going to go downhill from there. These top competitors, well under 6 minutes. As you can see the look on her face. I believe this is Siri Moresmo. Also done. Manon Agana gave it all on the floor, as you can see. We have a few of our ladies still at work and plenty of time before this 10-minute time cap. Hand in the air for Hannah Short. Final box jumps going down. Ooh. And this final one certainly looked like a final one for Celia Tanense in lane number 10. Legs were giving out and Hannah Short also crossing the finish line. And we're still waiting for Whitney Stevenson, who's apparently a big fan of bacon and winning. Also, Iselin Brogland, who, as I mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast, is having a tremendous performance so far in the weekend. She qualified 39th out of 40, the CrossFit Lowlands online qualifier, and here she is in 7:27, rounding it up. And I believe this is it, everyone. All of our ladies well under the time cap. 2 minutes and 30 seconds ahead, and that's all she wrote for event number 3. Thanks for being with us here this weekend at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown re-live stream. We will be back in a couple of minutes with the team events. Coming back, events 4 and 5. Time for me to hand over the microphone to my colleague Chase Ingraham, and we'll talk to you later.
Are you having a good time? You guys are liking it? No, yeah, not liking it. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's like, you guys liking it here? You like being here? CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, come on. Yeah, better. There's beer still, so get some beers. Get this crowd going. Anyway, what's happening next? We're bringing in the teams for their first event here on Saturday at the CrossFit Lowlands.
Teams are taking the floor here on a Saturday for the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown. They've already done 2 events in the previous days as they work into their first event of the day for event number 3. Now there are just 2 heats for this particular event on the team's side. I'm Chase Singham along with Bill Grundler as we are doing our own commentary and rebroadcasting of the event this weekend from the Netherlands.
That's right. We get to live vicariously through the past on this one. So we thank the crew from the Elite Media for bringing us out here and having some fun, because I'm definitely having a good time.
Now, after 2 events, it's barbells prepare. That's CrossFit Goliath with 200 points. That's 2 event wins back to back. So they're sitting in good positioning. Now, you'll probably see these teams in the next heat. We'll be looking at teams in the places 11th through 20th. But as it stands right now, CrossFit Goliath is actually dominating the field after 2.
You know, in that spread between the 1, 2, and the 2 and the 3 and the 3 and the 4, like, you're starting to see a very even spread. And that's usually what you have, at least that I've seen in the teams competition, is you have your handful of teams up at the top that are just handling the rest of the field. And, you know, it's similar to kind of the CrossFit of the old days, where you'd have really, really good athletes that they have their one hole, and it definitely affects them. I think we were starting to see a lot of that on the teams, because there just aren't as many teams in these events, you know, the top dog teams. But it's great to be able to have these teams go back to back and be shoulder to shoulder with some of the, you know, teams that actually have been to the games, that are going to the games. So I'm sure we can see some more fun shows from these teams out on the floor.
Heat 1, team event number 3 underway, and it'll start with the male pair, as they have a version of the individual event coming up, where they'll start with a 1,500-meter bike. They'll both complete that, and then they'll move into 3 rounds of 20 alternating snatches at 100 pounds and 20 burpee box jump overs at 30 inches. Once they complete that, then the female pairs will follow.
And I think, you know, just as in any time you have a monostructural part, you're going to try to not crush yourself here. The athletes know that, you know, in the team aspect, there's usually the element of I get to push and then I get to rest. So we'll see that in that 3rd round. So I would expect to see these athletes going just a touch harder on the bike. I think I'm shocked that I'm seeing a lot of the athletes down on the bottom handlebars, really putting a lot of stress on that diaphragm, like if they were, you know, trying to stay aerodynamic, but there's really no reason to be aerodynamic here. They aren't going anywhere. So they should be up as tall as possible, I would think, to get as much air into those lungs as they can. Pushing each other, talking to each other, knowing who each other is, so that they can get off the bike. One of the things, though, I haven't seen anyone do yet that I'm a little surprised is, if you have someone that has some cycling experience, let them kind of get going. The only thing I don't know is, do both athletes have to finish the bike before they can start the 3rd round, or can you have someone kind of get out in the front, do some work on those dumbbells, and then have your other athletes who's been, you know, reserving themselves a little bit to be able to come up afterwards and maybe get a handful more reps under their belt? Because these guys look really relaxed. I mean, look at these guys right now. Like, I expect to hear a little gling, 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 gling. You know, nice little basket of flour on the top, you know.
You know, might be one of those, like, you know, as you're approaching the 2-minute mark, you know, who's going to set the tone? Because, I mean, how often do we say, is like, you don't want to be the first guy off the bike.
Everyone's going to be like, you're that guy, huh?
All teams lined up. The men will lead it out on the pairing. The women will go next. They'll follow the same exact format. However, they'll only be doing 1,000 meters on the Concept 2 bike as we have our first team off the bike and moving, and it looks like they'll be able to alternate as long as they get to 20 total. So there are 2 dumbbells out there, but they can switch off anytime they want because 1 dumbbell is the men's and 1 dumbbell is the women's.
Yeah, so you see these guys working through, and this is what we were talking about, you know, that element of being able to have that rest built in so you can do work. And I think that's one of the things that it's kind of, it's not initially seen when it comes to teams. Is teams are very much interval workers. I mean, that's what they do. The workouts are basically designed to be intervals where you get working and you're resting at the same time and you're working yourself back and forth. The only time you kind of get screwed a little bit is when you're the strong part of the team and you're kind of working with the weaker link, so they don't necessarily give you rest, or the other athlete, you know, it needs a little bit more rest and you don't give it to him because you're finishing your reps so fast. But all these teams seem, again, very comfortable as they're making the way through, and I think that I go you go kind of a technique I think is actually a really good setup for these guys, especially early on in the first round.
2 teams leading the field as we are approaching the 4-minute mark. I was trying to count the lanes, and I think it actually might be both of the Butcher's Lab teams.
I think you're right. Yeah.
T-bone and Lab Ribeye. And, you know, just as a red-blooded American, I'm going to vote for those 2 steaks. Those 2 steaks any day.
Heck yeah. You know, and they look great on the bike. I think that they're not being as efficient as they could be on their burpees. You could see them, well, they're off the screen now, but they're in the all black shirts. I think that, like, you know, they're doing that little extra hop, and these guys don't really need to be doing that extra hop like that. It's not adding anything to them. So, you know, spin off of it, step down, because you're not happening to rapid fire. You have another athlete that's going to be in there to hop in.
Now, when it comes to alternating, even if it's box jump overs or burpee box jump overs, is the Butcher's Lab in the black and partner in blue, and it's both their teams. So it's lane 6 and lane 9, both Butcher Lab's team T-Bone and Ribeye, leading this heat. And back to my point I was trying to make is when it comes to alternating box jump overs, what the lane 6 T-Bone Lab was doing, they were doing 2, right?
Yep.
I'll do 2, you do 2, and then you got that weird spin that you were talking about. You don't need to do that. Like, you want to know exactly how to do this, is that you just follow your partner by ones. That is how you do box jump over events when it comes to pairs. You don't need to do 2. You're not going to save any extra time. In fact, you might waste more time turning around and coming back. Just follow your partner and it'll go by way faster.
Well, no, I agree with what you're saying. I think that the true I go, you go with 1 is the fastest. The only way I could see it would be is if you have athletes that are decent at, you know, moguling off that box. Like if they know on that jump they're going to step, they can bounce right into it. So that instead of I jump over the box and I got to get out of the way for the other athlete to get in, they're trying to get out, you know, to them and away so that they can then come back. So you're never having to adjust back and forth. But at the same time, you have to remember that doing 2 reps back to back is always going to be, in the long haul, it's going to be more difficult and you are going to get more tired than doing singles. So we're looking at a total of 60 reps that these guys have to do. They also have the 60 reps, you know, to combine the 60 reps of those snatches. So we know how much of an assault this is on the legs. We know that these athletes are going to be experiencing a lot of leg pain. So if you can, especially in the early rounds, I mean, if it was only 20 reps, okay, then you need to get going on this. But we got 60 of each. So I think that if you take the 1 and 1, that is gonna save more energy in the long haul than in the short haul. And that's what they're missing. They're the race get away with them a little bit.
And that's exactly your point, is like the total volume is kind of dictating that you should change your scheme. If it was only, say, 30 as fast as you can, that's a little bit different. And I think they actually changed their strategy into the second one to that follow the leader style, and that's kept them up ahead of everybody.
Well, and especially if you Well, and especially if you do that follow the leader where like the second person is very close. So you can, as you're coming off the other end, you get out of the way and they're basically following right past you. So I think that that would really, work in their favor.
Team Butcher's Lab, T-Bone, they're in the center part of your screen. You can see the female athletes in the wings waiting as they're in their third and final round of 20 alternating snatches with a 100-pound dumbbell and 20 burpee box jump overs at 30 inches. But in the fore part of your screen in the gray and blue shirts is the other Butcher's Lab team. And so the two Butcher's Lab teams leading this first heat.
Wow, these guys, man, they look great. They're really moving quick. See, now that I think that right there, that was a lot of wasted time. That was something that they should have, even though we got a little pause in the action here, which is not us.
They're not stopping.
This is not a planned rest that's happening right now. But there was that hesitation between, and it wasn't just I'm out of the way so you can finish. There was that jostling, and that's what you don't want. And that's, if you're going to go 1-1, that's what you have to be careful of. You have to limit that and minimize that as much as possible.
And they did move into that follow the leader style, as we were saying. And, as we wait for the video to kind of catch up to what they're doing, is that kind of style changed based off, as you said, the total volume that they had. If it was just a 500-meter bike and then 30 snatches and 30 box jump overs and you're done.
Totally different.
Then it's totally different.
Yeah, but and maybe the change of attitude, the change of movement that they were going from it could either be determined by, oh, hey, we kind of bit off a little bit more than we can chew, or let's get ourselves out there. We'll go to the follow the leader in the second round so we can kind of recover a little bit, and then see what they can do on that last round and kind of empty the tank a little bit. Which they apparently emptied the tank because they're off the floor, and the ladies are on the floor now.
So the female athletes for Team Butcher's Lab T-Bone in lane number 6, picking up where the men left off. We are approaching the 10-minute mark as they are the lone female athletes on the Concept 2 bike, although it won't be long before Butcher's Lab's second team comes in, and on cue, there they are. So you got Team Butcher's Lab T-Bone in lane 6, and then Team Butcher's Lab Ribeye in lane number 9. Some other teams starting to cross the finish line. Now the women will have 1,000 meters each on the Concept 2 bike, and then we'll move into the same 3 rounds of 20 snatches and 20 burpee box jump overs. They can split it up any which way they want. You can have one do all the snatches, one do all the burpee box jump overs. I don't know which one I would rather vote for if that was the choice between the two.
Well, I mean, that is a heavy dumbbell, so I don't know. I think that might decide it for me. I don't even get to make the choice on that one. I know I can do the burpees. I know that they would suck, but I know I could do them. Dumbbells might get heavy and just say, nope, you're not doing another rep. But what I do want to say here is look at the tempo of the ladies versus what the tempo of the guys were. The guys were much more reserved on the on that bike. The women seem to really be attacking the bike. Again, it's a shorter distance, so they know that this is not, even though they aren't going to win the event by winning the bike, it's shorter, so they want to get off that so they can get into the work part and start to use that interval training that the teams always work with once they get to the 3-round segment.
And as it looks like all female athletes are on the bike as we are about the 11:30 mark. 20-minute capped event for the team as Butcher's Lab in lane number 6, Team T-Bone as Ribeye is in lane number 9. They're the lone athletes on to the dumbbell snatches. Again, at 70 pounds for the women and a 24-inch box for the burpee box jump overs.
And this was something that's very interesting on the ladies' side for the Team T-Bone, the Butcher's Lab, is they were great on the bike. They really moved, but they seemed to not be as comfortable with these dumbbells as the men's side were. We actually saw like the first couple reps, the exchange of that dumbbell was happening on the ground, or it wasn't a very good rebound off the ground. So it seems like they were really trying to fight that. And that's really going to give some of these other women, if they can get that hand exchange really timed, maybe bring it down to the shoulder and make the switch on the way down so you get a nice stretch reflex at the bottom and be able to work back up into that snatch. It's really going to help some of these other teams make up some distance. Because, again, it doesn't matter if the guys were first. It matters who finishes on the women's side. And they always say, when it comes to the team, it comes down to your ladies. So it really depends on, did the men leave? And there's that bad little bounce right there. Did the men leave the Butcher's Lab team, the T-Bone team, enough distance to have to deal with? Geez, oh man, come on now, ladies, get that box set up.
And with something as much as 60 total, now they can split it up, 70-pound dumbbell snatches, a 30-second lead, though looks huge after the men go, can disappear in just a single round if you can't handle the dumbbells.
I mean, just think of this. If you, we're going, and we go down. We go down. We've got to pipe it down. 1 second of lag on each one of these turns. I mean, there's your 30 seconds, and that's 1 second is a blink of an eye. It doesn't take much to lose that.
And especially with a dumbbell snatch, like as you said, is like some are switching overhead, some have to switch at the bottom. If you have to do that kind of reset at the bottom, there it goes. There's your 1 second per rep, even if it's a half a second when you turn it into 60 total. And if you're falling over your boxes, I mean, you can't do that anymore. Butcher's Lab in the center lane will still maintain that lead as they advance their dumbbell to the next section. 20 alternating dumbbell snatches again, and we'll have to see which team will move up. And it looks like just to their left, Happy Hearts, actually no, that's the Box Hub Compex team, has moved up into second place ahead of the other Butcher's Lab team in lane number 9. And there's the difference you can tell between the two athletes. One above and one below, that pace and tempo they're moving that dumbbell with.
I mean, I'm telling you, if you can handle that dumbbell well, you're going to make up all kinds of time in this event. To where, I mean, right there in the center of your screen, the peach top and the black pants, she's watching that dumbbell, making sure that she doesn't drop that thing. And when you have that sort of concern, you're not racing it anymore. You're just trying to hold on. The other women are really, I mean, it's a grip and rip. Like, they're not even thinking about it. No, that's going to add some time to you right there. I mean, she's fast. She's going for it, but
The Box Hub Compex team has moved in to a tie for first place in this heat. This is just heat 1 of team event number 3. It was all Butcher's Lab T-Bone from the start, but look at the pace that Compex team is putting on.
Wow. Yeah, they're rapid firing those burpees. And I love the fact that they get right down to the ground so quick. I mean, they're making up all kinds of time here. Oh, my gosh.
Those are the little details that matter. And those are the little details that drive me crazy as a coach. It's like, if you know I'm coming over to finish my rep, you should be anticipating that by laying down on the ground. I would almost say lay down before you're supposed to and just make them make us slow down.
Now we're going to miss the whole finish here because they just froze and we got a hand in the air.
Fortunately, we still have round to go, so we're not going to miss it completely. However, we are missing a pivotal moment in the turn of the tide in terms of who's going to be holding on to that first place position going into the third round. So it is the Box Hub Compex team. You can see they're on the left side of your screen running down T-Bone's Butcher's Lab.
It's a beautiful painting. It's a beautiful painting. It's an action shot, if you will. I call this burpees and the box.
I do like for this event, it's not too much different from the individual one, you know, and they still make it an individualized team event, because I hate it when they force rep schemes that you have to do instead of sharing and working as a team. So
Yeah.
I do like the way this is structured in terms of how you can dictate who does what in this event.
Yeah, I mean the fact that they didn't just up the reps to up the reps. They upped it so that you can keep the intensity and the tempo up for these teams. I mean, you want them, again, we talk about that interval. I go, you go. You get to buzz saw it a little bit, and then you get to rest. That keeps that intensity high, and that's exactly what these teams are doing.
And there is your time cap, and it looks like the Box Hub and Compex team may have got 1 or 2 more burpees done in the time ahead of Butcher's Lab T-Bone. So all teams getting time capped in heat number 1, but it wasn't until the very end before Box Hub and Compex team moved ahead of Butcher's Lab.
Yeah, real impressive. And and again, we talk about the men, the importance of the men's pairing in this particular event is try to get your ladies as much distance as possible, or give them as much time so that they can do work at the end, because we saw none of the women finished, and they tried to get as many of those reps on those burpees as they could. That's why that tempo really increased at the very end, because those points are going to be real important. But that's what it comes down to. You need those ladies to have as much of an advantage as possible, and that's the entire job of the men. It's not about winning on the men's side, because you don't win anything by winning on the men's side. It's about your final athletes getting across, but it's about setting up those ladies to be able to do that.
So that'll do it for heat number 1.
So this was the first heat of the team competition. On event number 3, the male athletes starting with the bike, 1,500 meters, get that done, and then move on to the dumbbell snatches and burpee box jump overs. And it was team.
Thank you, Bill. Now moving on to our second heat of teams in this event, number 3, action-packed event, which is essentially a double version of what we saw on the individual side. Here's Greg Langto live from Canada. Glad to be here with you at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown restream. Please pardon my hair, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since I've seen my barber, just like probably all of you. And I haven't had the guts to shave my head full, so that's why you see hair all over the place here on this live stream. 10 top teams will be competing in this heat. In lane number 1, CrossFit Grandview. In lane number 2, Team On Air and The End. In lane number 3, Team Fabricant. In lane number 4, already qualified for the Reebok CrossFit Games, Local Heroes Team Vandal Gym. In lane number 5, we have our overall leaders, Bearbells Prepared. In lane number 6, Super Team Mayhem Europe. In lane number 7, Venom Crossliftor. In lane number 8 is the usual suspects. Lane number 9, Kaizen CrossFit Lion. And in lane number 10, Team Norse. We see our teams here taking the floor, setting up on the finish mat. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. What we'll see first is our 2 male competitors launching, and then our female competitors. We have an 18-minute time cap, and we see the leaderboard right here. So Bearbells prepared 30 points in front of Mayhem Europe, and Bearbells have made it clear that this is their chance to qualify, and they are looking to send a message. And here they go, kicking off day number 2. of competition. So once again, 18-minute time cap. We have 1,500 meter to complete for the male. We'll have 1,000 meters for the female athletes. And that's a total distance. And then we have 3 rounds to complete of 20 dumbbell snatches, 45 kilos or basically 100 pounds, and 20 burpee box jump overs. So all of our males sprinting on the bike. The only athlete you see here standing is no other than Christoph Horvath, Laura's brother, who's also on that team from Mayhem Europe. Both the males have to complete the distance before we move on to the dumbbell snatches.
First male pair of that team that was off the bike first got off the bike about
So basically it's a team effort. If you're a bigger athlete, if you're better on the bike, there's absolutely no point in rushing your bike if your partner is trailing behind you. So the goal here is to finish at the same time. And once again, it's the same strategy as the individual. So you don't want to get your heart rate up too much. Make sure you stay fresh because the workout is right there. Those dumbbell snatches are no joke. 3 rounds of 20 dumbbell snatches is about 30 for each competitor. And sometimes you'd think that if you're competing in teams, you're having some rest so you can do longer sets or something, but make no mistake about it. This is still a lot of repetitions, a lot of intensity as well, because one of the keys of competing in a team is moving fast. So Christoph Horvath, the first athlete off the bike, moving the dumbbell. 3 reps ahead of Team Barbells prepared. Also a super team. As you can see, Phil Hesketh was the first moving the dumbbell for his team. He is joined by his second half, his better half. Mia Eckerlund is also on the team. So 20 repetitions to go once again for these competitors. Oh, already a no rep here on the floor on the first round. So once again, like I said, you don't want to go too fast on the bike. Make sure you stay very fresh. You keep your posterior chain fresh because you're going to need to use it on these next 2 movements. So keys in this workout, moving fast and moving efficiently. You don't want to lose any seconds waiting for your partner, and you don't want to lose any precious seconds being no repped on these very simple movements actually. So movement quality, efficiency are absolutely capital in this workout. You also want to maintain a good strategy that probably these teams have taught through before then, depending on their training, depending also on the communication on the floor. We see a lot of the teams having 2 reps in and then switching partners. Just to give you an idea, like I said, no team have finished the work in the time cap in the previous heat. Only 2 heats of teams hitting the floor here, the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. And the previous time was 4 minutes and 44 seconds. So these were your leaders, your heat winners in the previous heat. And we are way under that, about a 25-second lead in this heat. Barbells, black shorts, no shirts, both the competitors. crushing these dumbbell snatches. No problem there. My God. And they are followed closely by your Mayhem Europe team. Can still see Christoph Horvat moving the dumbbell easily. Team Norsay that we see on the screen at the very right. Once again, two teams leading the pack.
Team Vondelgym looking to catch up now to Team Barbells Prepared. And there is Mayhem Europe in the blue and black t-shirts, yellow headbands.
And now you can see Barbells Prepared still holding on to their 2 rep each competitor before switching in that second round. While Mayhem Europe has switched to 1 rep each. So short sets, short rest. And let's see if that strategy can help them gain the lead back from Barbells Prepared. Hand in the air on the box you see in the middle of the screen. They are joined as well by Venom Cross Liftor. And if you look closely in lane number 4, Team Vondelgym, the only team on the floor who is already qualified for the Reebok CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin. As you can see, some ladies in the starting mat still keeping it fresh with some dance moves. Very important to have fun when you're competing. Just under 2 minutes to go before the time cap. Barbells Prepared, already back to their final 20 burpee box jump overs.
And they're going to be able to release their female athletes with great amount of time. A little stumble there for Alexander Ellis.
Still moving very fast, and the idea there is to give as much time as possible for your female teammates to complete the workload in the time cap.
To compete as a team, always have somebody on your back. The boys to the left of the screen are from Barbells Prepared, showing us why they are our #1 first-seeded team coming into.
Because that's the specificity in working in teams. It's never over until it's over. Your men may lead, and the female can have a hard time completing the workload. I don't think this is going to be the case here between those two teams. So Barbells Prepared taking this heat for the men, as we already see Mia Eckerlund and teammate hitting those bikes for 1,000 meters. They're going to have plenty of time to get it done. Just to give you an idea, on the individual side, these ladies were given a time cap of 10 minutes. And now for these teams, well, you can see Barbells Prepared, the first team on the bike. Those ladies have 9 minutes and 30 seconds to complete the workload, which is once again 1,000 meter on these Concept 2 bike ergs. And then 3 rounds of 20 dumbbell snatches and 20 burpee box jump overs. So green top is Barbells Prepared. Team on air and the Ant live on your screen right now in lane number 2. All in white with the white tops. Team Vondelgym, your local heroes from the Netherlands. They qualified out of the South Africa sanctional, but still wanted to compete in front of their home crowd. Just classy moves, and there you have your second fittest woman on earth, Laura Horvath from Hungary. It was the great surprise of 2018, these Reebok CrossFit Games as a rookie. She was coached by
And
Michel
to
Latendre,
the CrossFit Games this
fellow
year as an
Canadian coach,
individual, as she was the fittest in Hungary
to
in the
jump
CrossFit
on this
Open.
podium. The usual
So then
suspects
she could
also
pick
have
if
their
she
men
wants to
in,
go
sending their
forward
women on the
if they
competition
would be
floor.
able to snap
Now we're hitting the
a games
10 minutes and
invite
30
here.
seconds mark.
But Barbells Prepared is gonna be fighting with them about that the whole way through this weekend.
Very
Showing
aggressive time cap
out
here
so
for these
far,
teams.
as right now we have the two female
Let's see
pairs
what those
of
ladies
the
have in
barbell
store.
snatches of
Team Norse,
Barbells Prepared
as we
and
already have these first two teams.
And look at
Oh,
this.
no
These
rep here
ladies
for
in the middle of your
Barbells
screen
Prepared.
to the left.
The dumbbell really has to touch the ground on both ends,
Those teams
and you have to maintain full extension
moving at
of
almost the
knees,
same pace.
hips, and elbows
A few teams of gentlemen still chipping
to
away
make
at
sure
their
the
half
repetition
of
is
the work.
complete.
There we have Kaizen CrossFit Lion from CrossFit Lion. The boys in blue make their way to the finish mat.
And finally, Kaizen CrossFit Lion.
The last ladies on the field to mount the Concept 2 bike.
And what a race, ladies and gentlemen, we have here.
Your leaders.
Barbells Prepared with the green top, black bottoms, and all black is Mayhem Europe.
in the blue hair and dark hair is Mia Åkerlund. Both of these athletes have a lot
It
of
seems like
experience
Barbells have a
competing
slight
in
lead.
individual
The judges'
competitions,
hands in the air,
regional level, games level athletes. So
but they had a couple of second head start since the male have completed the work before.
Not slowing down on these burpee bunk jumps at all as they're making their way back to the dumbbell for the second time.
Like you said earlier, Hanu, they are definitely a
The
super
rival team of Mayhem Europe, and now Laura Horvath flips the box. Oh, costly mistake there.
in prior competition
You want to make sure you come. Oh my God! You want to make sure you have your box at the right height,
staying ahead of
24
the
inches.
there are the
Sometimes
ladies
that's
from
happened
local Team Vondel Gym
when you just want to move too fast. You want to make
to have already
some ground on the other team. You're in a race.
their invite to this year's 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games.
Unfortunately, that can cost you
Signaling
a couple
their
of seconds
teammates
just coming back.
and cheering them on.
That's what just happened to Team Vondel Gym.
Team Vondel Gym sitting in third or fourth place behind your heat leaders.
13 minutes on the clock. We have 5 minutes to go before the time cap.
For the second round of those burpee box jump overs.
And Team Barbells Prepared already back on their second round of burpee box jump overs.
to that
On their way to another event win. They already have 30 points in front of Mayhem Europe.
6 or 7 rep lead.
And now at this point,
get those 100 points.
I think we can already give them the event win because they have
With
an about 10 rep lead on Mayhem Europe.
Blistering past the first heat. Our top teams here.
So unless we have a complete breakdown here, which is very unlikely to happen,
Here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown.
Barbells Prepared will have another event win and have a little more comfort in their lead
and they will
onto
begin the
punching their
last
ticket
round.
to the Reebok
40
CrossFit
repetitions
Games
to go. 20 dumbbell snatches,
at the
20
CrossFit
box-
Lowlands Throwdown.
box jump overs, and then
Finally, head in the air, hand in the air, sorry about that, for Laura Horvath and Mayhem Europe.
It's a team affair here for the team competition. Interaction between the male athletes who have already completed their work, cheering on the females.
Team Norse completing another round.
Gentlemen from Venom.
And look at those burpees in lane number 9. Kaizen CrossFit Lion trying to get the most repetitions as possible because not only they're competing against the teams in the same heat, but also the previous heat. And remember, no team were able to complete the workload inside this 18-minute time cap. And now we have 3 minutes to go.
through those burpee box jump overs.
The team you see on the screen here, all white,
Prepared
is Team Vondelgem from the Netherlands.
There you can see Mia Åkerlund working through those last snatches, and now they advance to the final section with 20 burpee box jump overs.
As we are getting on the final burpees for barbells prepared.
90 seconds we have left on the clock. You can see them in the middle of your screen. Your heat leaders to the left, Team Barbells Prepared to the right, Mayhem Europe.
And Mayhem Europe is picking up the pace there. Great communication, great transition, losing absolutely no time. But it might be too little too late. Hand in the air, already 5 reps to go for barbells prepared, 16 minutes on the clock. What an absolute stellar performance for barbells prepared in 16 minutes and 10 seconds. Of course, unofficially. And they are gonna beat. They're gonna take this event number 3 win. Another 100 points for this team, with a 20-second lead over Mayhem Europe, who are gonna take second.
The guys and gals from Mayhem Europe there clenching a second place finish.
And let's see who takes third now. Vondelgem seem to have some kind of a comfortable lead there. Oh, no rep for Kaizen CrossFit Lion. See on your screen Laura Horvath.
On the clock, we're seeing Laura Horvath, our second fittest woman on earth last year at the 2018
Your Hungary national champ,
leading her team from Mayhem
making her way back for a second straight year at the Reebok CrossFit Games. Team On Air and the Ant on their final box jumps as well.
Looking to utilize these last 30 seconds of time on the clock and finish.
Just less than 30 seconds to go.
20 seconds to go before that time cap of 18 minutes. Still almost all of
And
the
10.
field working on these movements. 5 more seconds to go, and then
And that is all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, this was your heat number 2 of teams. Your event 3 winner, Team Barbells Prepared, just followed closely by Team Mayhem Europe.
Under the time cap, your first place team, Barbells Prepared, followed by Team Mayhem Europe, successfully completing event number 3 here on day 2 of the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown.
And there you see Team Barbells Prepared, Sina Krukstad, Mia Åkerlund walking off the field, probably feeling pretty good about themselves right now and their position in the competition. 300 points from 3 events. That is very, very impressive. They're definitely making a statement here and giving them a little bit of a storm warning if they can snag that game's invite from the hands of these other teams here and continue on to the Reebok CrossFit Games.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a small break here.
Concept 2 biking, dumbbell snatches, and burpee box jump overs. A lot of strategy involved, a lot of teamwork, a few mishaps, but that did not matter to the Barbells Prepared team because they dominated this event like they have the 2 events before. And CrossFit Mayhem Europe coming
3 events down. Event 4 and 5 coming up for the teams as we have a 2-parter. So we have 2 scored events coming in after 3 already so far.
And you know what? This is the part of the teams that makes me not want to do the teams is that dang worm. Like, I don't want worms, and worms are all over both of these events. So if you take a look at it, 21:15.9 on the worm for both segments, both event 4 and 5. What we switch up is synchronized bar muscle ups, 21:15.9, and then also the synchronized chest to bar, and we double that number, the 42, the 30, and the 18.
I mean, that's what, 90 potential worm
I'm just gonna say
thrusters?
900,000 worm thrusters. I'm good. I'm good.
Now, after 3 scored events, CrossFit Alliance, out of Barbells Prepared, has won every event so far on the first 3, as Mayhem Europe is still sitting in that second. You know what? I didn't even know Mayhem had a European team. I'm breaking right now, but there they are, sitting in second place, 40 points behind. Now, 2 scored events here. If they're 100 and 100, a lot can change. But the way Eliath is going, I don't know. Can we do the clean sweep? Who knows?
It's going to be interesting to see. But I think what's really interesting is it's 2 back-to-back events that are very similar. We already know that, like, if you don't have the issue, and there's that cool T-shirt. That's what I'm talking about. I got to get those guys to get me one of those. The Butcher's Lab, the Bill the Butcher. It's just a cool name, Bill. It's just a cool name. Anyway, but if you get to those worms, like it's 45 and 45. It's 90 worm thrusters. Like, that to me is this entire event. If your team cannot keep organized, if you do not have that worm staying completely straight and completely flat, then your team's screwed. Like, you don't have a shot. Other than that, the bar muscle up, okay. It's a lot of chest to bar pull-ups, but I think all these athletes, just generally speaking, are going to be able to do the gymnastics. It's going to come down to that worm, and the teams that have the ability and the experience with that worm, I think they're going to be the ones that come out in the lead.
And a lot of times when it comes to those high volume sets with the worm, if Rich and Mayhem have shown us anything, that it's actually not about doing big sets unbroken.
No.
What I could see them doing, especially when you got 2 sets of 21:59, do 7, sit there for a little bit for 3 sets. Do 5s, sit there for a little bit for 3 sets. And then maybe the round of 9, get them all done. But you got to look at it from the total volumes perspective, not the 21:15.9 that they have on paper.
Well, I mean, okay, that is true. The caveat to that is it's 2 scored events. So I still think that you can very easily break it up without, like, don't let the race completely throw your strategy where someone starts getting all fired up and they start really going for it. That team has got to be a complete unit on. I mean, look at that worm right there in the middle of your screen. That is a tight worm. It's very straight all the way across. You don't see it. It's not moving like a wave. It's not undulating anywhere. That team is moving everything nice and smooth. And I think, to your point, Chase, I think it's great to stop. I think it's great to reset, because it doesn't allow, everyone will kind of get off kilter like 1 or 2 reps. And then once you get that deep into the hole, then that thing's flopping all over and you're getting no reps, and then you're just getting pissed.
Now, I said stop. I didn't say drop. That's the one.
No, I agree. Again, you are going to have 2 minutes of rest in here, so I don't think you need to unload the worm unless you need to completely reset, unless, like, you have someone that's dumping it. But I think the pauses are a great call, and that you use that pause reset.
Onto the rig, into their bar muscle ups, as we do have this 21:15.9 of synchro bar muscle ups. Now, what the rules are is just get them done in terms of the pairings that you use. As long as you get to 21, you can male, female, male, male, female, female. It doesn't matter. So that, again, one of those liberties that they're giving the teams to strategize as they want to. And I love that. I love that so much, is no, stop with the dictating of the reps of who should do what. This is a team event. They should be able to work together as a teams. I'm getting frustrated. I'm on my soapbox, Bill.
Come on down. Let me talk you off that cliff. Let me talk you off the cliff. I do think that's important in the team aspect as well, because it's not, you know, because you have to deal with all 4 athletes or everyone on that team. That is part of the strategy. So don't take that strategic part out. If it's just an individual, okay, then it's like, now let me look at the reps that I have to do. And if you want to dictate that, okay, that's different. But, you know, you're going to have varying strengths and varying abilities, and the team should be able to utilize their knowledge and their experience with each other to get the most out of that team. But I do like the fact that it's still set up in a way that you can't have someone that, like, okay, well, I can't do bar muscle ups. All right, so we're just going to hide you then. I don't think that that's right either. And I think that, you know, most of the events that we're starting to see now, there's always like a minimum work requirement for everyone on the team. So at least everyone's getting involved in that.
It looks like lane number 3, Team Kempen out of Germany, has moved into first place. Oh, no, that's the other Butcher's Lab team. That's
that shirt.
Lane.
That's ribeye.
That's, I got them mixed up. Yeah, lane 3, because they don't have anyone in lane number 1, is Butcher's Lab ribeye.
In this heat number 1.
So Butcher's Lab ribeye kind of picking up where they left off in event number 3. This is just heat number 1. Your top 10 teams are still in heat number 2.
Ooh, and that's what we were talking about. If you have someone on your team that starts getting a little antsy, starts getting ahead of the group, that's why even on a set of 15, it's okay to break it up in 5s. Dude, it doesn't mean put it down. Do 5, stop. Make sure everyone's, you know, that motion has stopped, then get everyone going. That was a good move right there. They waited until everyone was set before they move, and I think that's really important on the team. And the ones that have the coordination and the communication, those are the teams that are able to do that really well.
And no shocker, we saw this in in event 3, heat number 1. The 2 Butcher's Lab teams in that event led all the way through, and they didn't lose the overall lead towards the end. But they're your top, actually, 2 teams now in this heat. Butcher's Lab ribeye in lane 3, and then Butcher's Lab T-bone. You can see him in the black Butcher's Lab shirts that Bill loves.
I love it.
Have so
hint, 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 hint. Now, here's something we have to think about. Now, we know that it's 21:59 on those thrusters. We know that the 2 Butcher's Lab teams have both been doing great on those. And to their favor, the very next event is the exact same thing. Now, granted, it's going to be pull-ups. So I think on that, we're going to have a lot of teams that are racing those pull-ups, which is going to kind of mentally make them click and have to race the thrusters as well. But Butcher's Lab seems to be very comfortable with those thrusters. So that really, even though they're doing well here, I mean, they're in the lead. Those 2 teams are in the lead for their heat going into this. But I think that's going to look really similar because the workouts are basically the same. The events are basically the same.
The worm is a commonly used implement.
That's CrossFit Weston win. Just having a lot of trouble with that worm. Butcher's Lab on the right, Butcher's Lab on the left, as they're moving into their final set of worm thrusters. They'll do 9 before they go back to the rig one more time for those 9 synchronized bar muscle ups.
And look at the way that they're handling that worm. That thing is one unit all the way up and all the way down. Man. Obviously, there's a lot of work with this worm with these teams. You know, they guaranteed they have one of these in their gym so that they can practice this. I mean, that you don't have that much skill when you've never used this thing before.
We were talking about that, which is a Concept 2 bike, right? That's more common than it would be a worm. But when you're talking about team competition, if you want to be serious and be elite in the teams, you need to have these pieces of equipment. And the worm, I would say, is the #1, even if they never use it again, in terms of just like creating that team bond and communication.
Have to have it.
The worm does an amazing job.
You have to have it. And the fact of the matter is it doesn't matter what team, event, competition you go to anywhere in the world now, including the games. that worm is all over the place. So I mean, maybe the weights get changed around a little bit, or maybe the, you know, where the weight is set is going to be a little different. But for the most part, I mean, it all comes down to you have to be able to move that worm efficiently, and the only way you're going to be able to do that is by using it.
Lane number 3, Butcher's Lab Ribeye will come in first in this heat, followed by Butcher's Lab T-Bone.
I'm really hungry right now.
They're
feel
both,
like having a barbecue.
they're both well underneath that 8-minute time cap. So we'll have an 8-minute cap in event number 4, 2-minute break, and then we'll move into event number 5 with that thrusters and synchronized chest to bar pull-ups, but double the reps in that 21:59 on the pull-up side.
I'm telling you, I really think we're going to see the exact same thing in the next event. They just handled that worm, and the other teams on the floor they weren't even close. Weren't even close to that worm work.
I think that's Team Kempen coming in between the two Butcher's Lab teams. But you said that coming in, Bill, with the total amount of volume that they have to do with those worm thrusters, as Brute is crossing the finish line on their side right at that 8-minute cap time. You can see the clock has now started for that 2-minute event, but you know, it wasn't 90 total between the events. It is between, but there's still 40 and 45 and 45. But you said it's all going to come down to the thrusters, and that was never more apparent than it could possibly be in that last event.
Well, I just think with the gymnastic movement, all these athletes are, for the most part, they're capable of doing that. We saw, you know, there was a handful of athletes that were struggling on the bar muscle ups and stuff, but the element here that's going to be demoralizing the team is when the team will fall apart underneath the worm. If that thing does not, if it stays straight, it really moves pretty easy. If that thing is not 100% straight, it feels like they just threw 2 worms on your shoulder, and uneven at that, you know. So it really comes down to, this is the whole, you know, slow is smooth and smooth is fast sort of aspect. And yeah, the Butcher's Lab teams, I mean, just from start to finish, very confident, very comfortable, very, you know, the communication was on point, the movement was on point, real impressive. And especially, you know, this early in the season for these guys, you know, being able to come out and just handle it like that, real impressive.
The Butcher's Lab, both teams finishing first and second in this heat, as Brutes were trying to finish right underneath that cap. We just have 15 seconds of this 2-minute break before we move into Heat 1, team event number 5. It's the same rep scheme for the thrusters, 21:15.9, but 42:30 and 18 of synchronized chest to bar pull-ups.
So now we have to think about, okay, yes, it's another event. Yes, you have to erase whatever bad things happened in that last event. But guess what? You're doing the exact same movement. So all the teams that got their ass handed to them on the thrusters, guess what's going to happen? Like, they're pissed. They're going to be anxious. And that's really either going to light them up and throw that worm all out of whack, or they're going to be so conservative that, again, they're not going to be able to race. So the teams that have the confidence and did well, i.e. the 2 Butcher's Lab team, they're already like 2 steps ahead of the rest of the field just based on that alone.
That's what I was going to say, is the teams that struggled in the first one, they have to come back and do that again. And it would go 2 ways. They're either going to come back and stronger, or they'll just be worse than they were. It's like, we have to go through that again. Like, your confidence is shot. And if your confidence is shot, not just with yourself, but between your team members, that is when you've lost all hope as a team.
Yeah, because guess what? Someone kept dropping that bag. So now you go into this event, and now you just don't like them anymore. You know, it's like, if you drop that bag one more time, I'm going to kick you in the back from behind the worm.
It was probably someone named Karen.
Hey, Karen.
All right, moving to the rig, and no surprise here, Bill, you called it, as those Butcher's Lab teams picking up where they left off. However, the Brutes are there with him at the bottom part of your screen. So Butcher's Lab, T-Bone, and Ribeye, they are in the black shirts. Kempen is in between, but at the bottom part of your screen, the Brutes are hanging with him so far in this second part between event number 4 and event number 5.
Dude, did you see that long break though on those? There was like 10 seconds where nobody was even up there, not even, they weren't even looking up at the bar. To me, if that's the case, especially in something like this, take shorter, numbers of reps. You got to keep this. It's not about how fast can you do your reps. It's how short is your rest time, because you can have a super slow cadence of your reps, but if you're doing this and you don't have a lot of rest, you will beat the ones that are rapid firing and then resting for that exact amount of time, of rest time on that.
Ooh, that is not gonna cut it. I'm sorry. Not gonna cut it. Bill, I wish more teams would do that. I think that was one thing I would have coached teams a lot on my side, is like, it doesn't matter how many reps you do as long as we're always moving. So if we're always doing 10s or if it's 5s, as long as there's no to minimum break in between, it doesn't matter how big you go in the sets. In fact, it's almost easier to just rotate 7-7-7, 5-5-5, 3-3-3, and then let's worry about the worm.
Yeah, exactly. And that was, I remember seeing that in the old Rich Froning days. And I think it was the first, it was the first regional that me and you actually called. I actually take it back. I think Sean was there, but you were there as well, where we did the 100th event, and we saw Rich Froning, and he was doing sets of 5. And I remember everyone else everywhere was, their first set was like 30. And it's like, hey, do you think you're better than Rich Froning? This dude's doing 5s from the get-go. So that right there just proves that it's like, you can take a small set with a short rest and go much longer than cutting off half of it at one shot and then, just struggling and failing and having to rest for super long. And I think that, like, especially in the teams, it all comes down to transition, and it all comes down into who has got the least amount of time where reps aren't clicking off. That's what's going to win that. That's what's going to win the race.
100%. And he actually has taken that scheme strategy of pacing to the teams.
Oh, yeah.
Before, is that if they put, say, they just put 100 thrusters out there, I know right off the bat they're going to be doing 10s and then sitting there for 10 seconds with it on their shoulder. That's just what they do. When it's clean and jerks with the worm, they'll do one, take a second breath, and then pick it up again. They're always like last in the heat when it starts.
Oh, man.
And then but they never slow down because the strategy and the pacing and the breathing and the tempo never stops. And that is one of the things that I don't understand why more teams don't look at that. I mean, that is the blueprint. Who can do it better than the best CrossFitter and CrossFit team athlete of all time? Just
totally
do that.
Yeah, and it's just really interesting that I think that there's that here we are nowadays. We're well past the days of Pukey, where it was just you just went all for it, and all in and just full send. That the ego is still there, and it still is hindering a lot of athletes and a lot of teams because they just will always bite off way more than they can chew. And they're not seeing what the goal is, and the goal is to finish faster and to keep reps moving. And if you're not moving, then you're not moving anywhere, and the reps aren't happening. Like, the reps are not happening right now. Nothing is happening right now. You're dead in the water.
Just to try to get one rep, so before they can rotate, if there's a tired athlete.
Pump bar sitting in lane number 2. Just to the right is Butcher's Lab Ribeye. 2 lanes over is Butcher's Lab T-Bone. These teams we're 6 minute in to that 8-minute cap, and Butcher's Lab is moving into their final set. They'll do 9 thrusters with the worm, 18 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups. And it looks like T-Bone is in your center part of your screen, and over to their right, I think Pump Bar International has actually moved into that second place position. There's that little break, that communication. I love that. More of that.
Do more of that. Do that. Do it. Do that thing. Yeah, and what's really interesting is, yes, they're in the lead. Yes, they know they have a little bit of a cushion, but they still, I mean, on the set of 9 where most people would be thinking, let's just end it. Let's just finish it right now. They still took the breaks at 3 reps.
Is Team Butcher's Lab T-Bone.
Time is at 7 minutes in the upper middle part of your screen. This is an 8-minute capped event, and it is lane number 5, Team Butcher's Lab T-Bone, who is in second place over the first event, or at least event 4. This is just heat 1, to their counterpart, Ribeye in lane number 3. But they have yet to really slow down, kind of that steady, non-stopping pace for Butcher's Lab T-Bone.
The judge's hand is in the air, so that means only a few more reps to go.
We had a female athlete
Hand in the air,
pull-up bar.
and they'll be done,
There
and they
it
have about
is.
10 seconds.
Last pull-ups and get across the
Man.
And Team Butcher's Lab T-Bone at a lane number 5 will be the only team to finish event number 5. This is heat 1. There are 2 total heats in this event, but no other team able to finish underneath that tight 8-minute time cap.
Man, and I tell you what, like, they did well. I mean, I don't want to discount what they did on the bar muscle ups and what they did on the pull ups, but it really, the way that they handled the worm, the way that they worked the strategy and the pacing, all the way up to the very last set of 9. And I think that was one of the most impressive things that I saw, is they were still able to finish. They rested on the set of 9s. Not many other teams would even remotely think about that. You know, that's the finish line. They're wanting to run through the finish line, but what they did was they allowed themselves to, one, stay on cue. They didn't have any no reps. They didn't get failed up that way. The other thing that it did, taking those small breaks, is it allowed them to go right to the pull-up bar and start working on the pull-up bar without being, you know, they didn't do any extra work on that worm. They didn't have that thing flailing. They weren't wasting energy, so they had that energy to be able to use on that pull-up bar. And that, these guys just want to kill that worm. I just want to behead this worm. But that was really impressive. That was real impressive.
Oh, man, it's almost a little insult to injury. Is like, yes, listen.
I do think it's pretty funny that that's kind of the thing now. That's the thing. They make you have to do that, where you have to carry those heavy things back again after it just kicked your butt.
I'll tell you what. Volunteers a break. Take your book back. They're doing enough to let you guys come out here and play. You can take your worm back. Give those volunteers a break. Man, this was a brutal event.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, and it's, again, it's 2 events, and that's what's so hard, is it, because it was so unique in that the crux of the event was 2. It was the thrusters and thrusters, the same setup, the same weight, the same everything. That's what made it so interesting. Again, if you had that in your repertoire, if you had that in your toolbox, like the Butcher's Lab teams do and did, it didn't matter that the other teams were pretty good also. They just couldn't hang with the thrusters and the communication and the way that they put that together. It was, whoa. Oh, we missed that one earlier. But still, what a way to finish. What a way to put a nail in the coffin on that one. 2 back-to-back wins on that. Ooh, tough.
All right, heat 1 is done for team event number 4 and 5. The second and final heat is coming up for the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown.
And just a quick recap
Of the scoreboard, for now, leading the way, barbells prepared, 300 points, 3 event wins in 3 events. Mayhem Europe second place, 260 points, so 40 points out of that top spot. And Team One Little Gym, third place, 224 points.
30 seconds.
On the floor now in lane number 1 is CrossFit Grandview. Lane number 2, the usual suspects. Lane number 3 is Venom Crossliftor. Lane 4 is Team Vondelgem. Lane 5 is Barbells Prepared. Lane 6 is Team Mayhem Europe. Lane 7, Team Fabrican. Lane 8, Team On Air and the Ant. Lane 9, the Box Hub and Compex team. And rounding out our top 10, in Lane 10, Team Kaizen CrossFit Lion.
3 events. Currently sitting in a comfortable lead. Lane 5, wearing black t-shirts and green leggings. Barbells Prepared team from Dubai, CrossFit.
It's our top 10 ranked teams now taking to our back-to-back events 4 and 5, consisting of a lot of team worm thrusters. The teams taking a crack at event 4 now. Event 4, 21 worm thrusters, then 21 synchronized bar muscle ups, 15 of each, then 9 of each. And first to strike on the synchronized bar muscle ups, your first place team coming into events 4 and 5, Team Barbells Prepared.
21 bar muscle ups, and then 15, and then 9.
Behind them was Team Mayhem Europe, as well as Team Vondelgem.
So on this end of the building,
So right there, you got Alexander Ellebrew on the right-hand side and Phil Heskett on the left-hand side of Barbells Prepared, working through those bar muscle-ups. They're looking really smooth. And now they come down and switch and rotate a new athlete in. Let's see if they can go 5 for 5 here in these events. That would already pretty much seal the deal for them, unless they get an injury or something happen later on in the weekend.
The ladies on the screen now from Team Vondelgem, local team from the Netherlands, the only team on the floor to have already qualified and earned their invite for the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games this summer. They are on the heels of Team Barbells Prepared. And on your screen now, sitting in second of this heat, Team Mayhem Europe. Your 1 and 2 now on the screen, going rep for rep as a team. Mayhem Europe now speeding up the pace.
Also, Barbells Prepared has a few individuals that have been to the regionals as well and have placed really high up, so their team is pretty good.
And there we go, Barbells Prepared heading back towards the rig. But so is Mayhem Europe next to them on lane number 6. And it is Alexander Ellebrew and Sine Krugstad who start off that set of 15 bar muscle ups that must be synchronized.
To the right of the screen now is Mayhem Europe. And to their left was Team Barbells Prepared, your 1 and 2 of this heat. The only 2 teams back to the Rogue rig for the 15 synchronized bar muscle ups.
So some teams are using the tactic of
In that previous heat, the split time after these reps of 15 was 5 minutes and 36 seconds, and we're only coming up on 4 minutes. So it looks like these teams are going to crush the time to beat if they can just hold on. And I have a strong feeling that they can. And now Mayhem Europe has taken the lead, and they're back to their worm for the final time to start their round of 9. Middle of the field right there. At the bottom of your screen right there is Mayhem Europe. And coming up next to them now is Barbells Prepared, your overall leader after 3 events.
Your 1 and 2 in the middle of the field, the middle of your screen there. It's Mayhem Europe. In the middle of that bird's eye view, back to the Rogue rig. Last 9 synchronized bar muscle ups stand between Mayhem Europe and the finish line.
There's a little bit of confusion happening with the Barbells team. They obviously got one no rep, so they got to finish that last rep before they can make their way towards the rig. So that gives the Mayhem team a little bit of an advantage here going into these last 9-bar muscle-ups. 6:58 is the time to beat, and we're only at 5 minutes, so we're gonna crush the time to beat here, and it is Mayhem Europe taking the event right here at 5 minutes and 10 seconds unofficially.
An international team from CrossFit Mayhem Europe going neck and neck with Barbells prepared, but it's Mayhem Europe to take the heat and event win. Barbell Europe now in the end zone, followed by Team Vondelgym.
Top 3 for event number 4.
3 teams across the finish line, and now the rest of the field having 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock to work.
And this is all rest time for these athletes or extra rest time for these athletes that have already finished. So there's still a 2-minute break to come after the final buzzer on this event before we move on to event number 5. But it was Mayhem Europe who dominated this event. Christoph Horvath, Laura Horvath, Axel Lundgren, and Louise Wikström. They take the heat and the event at 5:10.
Across the line now was Team Fabriken, followed by Venom Crossliftor. Our next team's into the end zone as we're around the 90-second mark. 4 teams left working on the field. All teams on their last set of synchronized bar muscle-ups. 9 total reps for this round. We've got an athlete down from the usual suspects, allowing Kaizen CrossFit Lyon to finish just ahead. And wrapping it up across the finish line there, the Box Hub and Compex team from Italy. Finishing event 4 around the 7-minute mark. Again, our time cap here for event 4 was 8 minutes. We'll allow the clock to run out before beginning our timer of our 2-minute rest and transition before event number 5.
The usual suspects, as Jonas Olsen, an experienced competitor as well. Hopefully he's fine. He can continue with the team moving on to that event number 5. We don't exactly know what happened there, but he looked like he was a little bit in pain.
That's time, and now the 2-minute rest starts. The teams have to pick up their worm, place it back.
Now the teams are going to reset those worms again. And here we see the event number 4, how it unraveled for these teams. It was a 2-way race between Mayhem Europe and Barbells Prepared. Barbells was ahead most of the way, but then Mayhem Europe on the last round, since Barbells got a no rep, came from behind and took the win of this event, and then they broke the winning streak of Barbells. But still, Barbells Prepared, they have 3 first place finishes and a second place finish in 4 events. 1 more event to go here today for them, number 5 here, getting started in about a minute. Let's see how this will play out, because now, again, like we talked with the individuals earlier today in the morning, the rest is important here as well. Can you recover? Did you go too fast on that first event and then you have nothing left in the tank for the second one? It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. We only had 1 team from that previous heat finish this event number 5, and they were Team Butcher's Lab T-Bone with an unofficial time of 7 minutes and 50 seconds. So 7:50 is the time that these athletes and these teams are chasing here.
Ten seconds. Stand by.
And just like that, our 2-minute rest and transition is up. We're putting our teams right back to work for event number 5. We have 21, then 15, then 9 team worm thrusters mixed in there with 42, 30, and 18 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups. Our last heat, we had one team successfully finish event number 5 and under the time cap. Repeating that 8-minute time cap here for this second variation of thrusters and pull-ups.
That team was Team Butcher's Lab T-Bone, and they were done with their first round of 21 worm thrusters and 42 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. So that was the split time after the first round. So let's see where we're at with these teams as they are finishing up their first round soonish.
The boys there from Barbells Prepared, first to strike on the synchronized chest to bar pull-ups, just a few reps ahead of Mayhem Europe. Mayhem Europe taking event number 4. Barbells Prepared there on the right side of your screen. The ladies in the white tops and army green pants. To the left there, local team Vondel Gym rotating through their athletes, working on the chest to bar pull-ups. Our top-ranked teams showing us great proficiency on not just the butterfly pull-up, but the synchronized butterfly pull-up, as our teams chip away at our first set of 42 repetitions.
This isn't nearly as easy as these athletes make it look.
Not
just
even
so
close.
smooth through these pull-ups and exactly at the same time as Barbells Prepared are advancing their worm for the first time at around 2 minutes and 20 mark, so they're almost a minute ahead of that split time from the previous heat.
It is now Team Vondel Gym and Barbells Prepared neck and neck leading the heat.
And Team Butcher's Lab Ribeye is also in the mix. They're the last team. Well, now the left-hand side team on your screen. Barbells Prepared on the right side, and in the middle, it was Team Kempen. Oh, sorry, Vondel Gym.
Back to the rig now. Your same leaders, Team Barbells Prepared. To the left side of your screen there, the ladies in the black, or excuse me, the white top, gentlemen in the black shirts. Back to the rig for 30 synchro chest to bar pull-ups.
9, 10, 11, 12.
In the shot there, that was Kaizen CrossFit Luan.
For that time to beat of 7:50, the split time after these second round was 6 minutes and 3 seconds. And that's still 2 minutes away. And Barbells Prepared is looking like they're almost finished with their pull-ups. Phil Heskett and Sinek Rukstad, they're working through them. And now they're just moving forward for that final round of 9 worm thrusters and 18 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups.
Now it seems the pep talk Barbells Prepared has.
It's Barbells Prepared first back to the worm. These teams that we're seeing now still chipping away at their set of 15 worm thrusters. But as you can see on the left center side of your screen, the lower half, that is Team Barbells Prepared. The only team on the field now onto their set of 9 worm thrusters. Again, that entire gray piece of equipment in total weighing 358 pounds, 162 kilos.
And here you see Team Barbells on to that last set of 18 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups.
And they are now quite a few repetitions ahead of the rest of the field.
And we're still 2 minutes away from the time to beat. So it looks like they're gonna take their 4th event win here if they can just hold on. Here you see Phil Hesketh and Mia Åkerlund working through those final repetitions on the right-hand side, and here they come. Team Barbells Prepared is gonna take another event victory at 6 minutes and 14 seconds unofficially.
Annihilating event number 5. That was Barbells Prepared, and on their heels now, clenching second. Team Vondelgym from the Netherlands. Behind them, Venom Crossliftor. Your 1, 2, and 3. Initially coming in hot into this event was Mayhem Europe. But now across the line, taking 4th in the heat, CrossFit Grandview from Columbus, Ohio. And Team Fabrican making it in, as well as Team On Air and the Ant.
Team Mayhem Europe took that previous event, but they fell down a little bit on the leaderboard here.
They might have sent it too hard on event number 4 to also clinch event number 5. We have 30 seconds on the clock with 1, 2, 3, 4 teams still working. We're looking at Kaizen CrossFit Luan on their last set of worm thrusters. Counted as 9. They hustle back to the rogue rig. They'll have 10 seconds to get as many reps as they can. Last 5 seconds before the 8-minute time cap. And there it is. End of day 2 for
Look
the teams.
at that. These athletes have absolutely given it their all. Just squirming in pain on the floor right there.
We're seeing some thumbs down. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like the feeling or the hurt. These teams laying it all out there, wrapping up their day 2 of competition here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown.
Just head over to Lowlands Throwdown. Check out the leaderboard. Check out all the cool stuff we have here also. And check out tomorrow.
I think you might be able to categorize this as complete carnage.
Now we will switch.
Yes.
We will switch over to event 4 and 5.
That's what thrusters and pull-ups will do to you.
The ladies there of Mayhem Europe fell down the line a bit, allowing Barbells Prepared to take event 5.
And here we see these athletes taking the field for the final time today here on day 2, event number 5, going through the worm thrusters and chest to bar pull-ups. It was Barbells Prepared, showing that they truly are prepared. They take their 4th event win in 5 events, 1 second place, dominating the competition here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, and they have a sizable lead going into day 3 of competition. And right now we're gonna go down to Jenny, and she's gonna have a local
Hey guys, so it's almost the end of the day and the individual athletes are about to get to work. Events 4 and 5 are, if you were here this morning and you listened to me, I describe it as kind of a really gross sandwich because they begin with 12-9-6 heavy thrusters and bar muscle-ups within 4 minutes. Athletes then have 2 minutes to transition or rest, whatever you want to call it, and then they have to perform 21-15-9 reps of thrusters and chest-to-bar pull-ups, by the way, also in 4 minutes. We wish them the best of luck, and I hope you guys enjoy the carnage that's about to happen.
That's right. On lane 7, from CrossFit V2s, we have Kevin Winkens.
Thanks, Jenny.
And on lane 8,
And we are back here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019, Apeldoorn, the Netherlands, just outside of Amsterdam. I'm here with my broadcast partner, Logan van der Poel.
Individual men taking the floor after they just finished event number 3, and we have a 2 scored events for event number 4 and 5. And Bill, when you're looking at just kind of what's on paper and what they have to do, you have one that kind of looks like a more difficult version of Fran, and then you have one that looks like Fran itself.
Oh, it's kind of like a nightmare and then a bigger nightmare brother on top of that. You know, we start off with an extra duty Fran, not even a heavy Fran, but an extra duty Fran with a 12-9-6, the heavy thruster, and then the bar muscle up, a 2-minute break, and then we get in right into a classic chest to bar Fran. Now we know that most of these athletes, we know, ourselves, we know what a good athlete is going to be getting on Fran when they are going into it fresh. But having to do all that work ahead of time and then hitting Fran, you know, what we're really going to be able to see is what kind of recovery do these athletes have going from that, you know, that barbell work to the gymnastic and then right into a classic. I mean, people, you know, shake in fear when they hear the word Fran, even now, even if they've been doing CrossFit for years and years. So here you get to do it as an aftermath. It's, you know, second event in this little couplet here.
Here we go again.
Heat number 1 is off, 12-9-6, thrusters and bar muscle-ups. The thruster weight for this would be 135 pounds for the men. There are 4 total heats for this back-to-back scored event. Now, one thing we do know is that they have a 4-minute cap and then a 2-minute break. Now, if you finish before that cap, you're going to get a little extra more rest. However, having that chest-to-bar Fran on the backside is do you temper your intensity just a little bit knowing you've got one more thing to go?
Oh, man, you know that, well, you can just see some of the athletes in the green right there on the right-hand side of your screen was first back to the rig and almost missed that second bar muscle up. So there may have been a little bit of, you know, overshooting right from the get-go. Now, I think when you have a 2-part event here, you have to look at where you are going to be best. Now, all the athletes have done Fran, but these athletes in this particular segment is, if you are the ones that really need to push are the ones that have the bar muscle up. If you're good at bar muscle ups, you really need to push this element of the 2 rather than the Fran, because this is where you're gonna be able to make up a lot of room. Now on the Fran part, you want to make sure you have some gas left in the tank because it is going to be important. You know, you don't want to do well in one and blow the other. You want to try and be really, you know, decent in both.
Your 2 athletes in the lead after the round of 12 was actually Brandon 4. And in lane number 7, Kevin Winkens. Kevin Winkens is in the green tank top, 4 above him, without a shirt and a backwards hat. So they were early off the rig in the round of 12 as they're working their way into the round of 9 bar muscle-ups.
And I think one of the things Brandon is thinking as he was walking back to the rig is he knows he needs to get that set of 9 unbroken. I don't think that it's going to be playing to his effect or playing to his favor to run back there and have to take a break, because we all know that if you take a break on a bar muscle up, you're going to be sitting there for at least a good 15 seconds, if not 20. So that's a real smart move to take a second, chalk up so you can lock those hands on that bar so you can get back to work.
Just over the 2-minute mark, 4 looks over to his left to see Winkens keeping pace. So your top 2 leaders, Brandon 4 and Kevin Winkens, they've already done 12-9 into the round of 6 with these heavy thrusters and bar muscle-ups. Now they will have a 2-minute break, although there's just 90 seconds until that 4-minute cap.
Now, one thing, you know, Winken was, he's moved himself into that first place position. He had that little jog, so he's much more comfortable and confident in those bar muscle-ups, where he made up some distance. I think that 4 was pushing it just a little bit because we saw him struggle on a couple of those thrusters. But, man, what a race that Kevin is putting over there. over in lane number 7.
The center part of the lane is Winkins, and he'll be done ahead of Brandon Ford, just underneath that 3-minute mark. So he will have 2 minutes plus some change before they go into the second portion of this. So event number 4 is the 12.96 of heavy thrusters at 135 and bar muscle-ups. At the 4-minute mark, they'll get a 2-minute break, and then they'll have to go in that chest to bar Fran. And you know, it might feel good coming off the heavier thrusters and maybe like the first 5 reps, but then you realize you still have to do Fran.
Oh man, you that first set of 21, you'll be like, okay, there's 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh man, here we are at Fran again, and all the bad news, all the bad dreams are going to come right back into your face.
Just 15 seconds before we reach that 4-minute cap. And we only have 3 athletes across the line, and in lane number 2, Ferreira just gets across. So we reach the 4-minute cap. You can see the clock at the center top part of your screen. They will have a 2-minute break, and we have some athletes that are, well, sucking wind and wondering how fast those 2 minutes are actually going to fly by.
You know, when you look at some of the earlier heats in competition, this is usually what you'll find a disparity between the ones that are really good in that heat because of, you know, based on the movements or whatever, and the rest of the heat. And that's exactly what we saw with 4 and with Winkin. They were way out in the front, very confident. In fact, they didn't really look that exhausted coming off, especially Winkin down there in the green cutoff sleeve shirt. He looks extremely confident, and I think that, you know, the fact that he did well in that first heat for that first event, I think he's gonna, like, his confidence is huge going into this. He saw how many people were crushed by that first piece. Now those guys are gonna have to race Fran, and I don't think that they really want to when they just came off of there's a lot of confidence that's lost when you don't finish an event. So, I mean, that's going to be a tough one for people. But, you know, those 2 guys out into the front right away, right there in the center of your screen, that's Winkin in the green shirt. You know, great on those thrusters, great positioning. Was first back to the bar. You know, we saw 4 really trying to make a push, and actually was out in the front for a little while. But I think he just couldn't hang on to that tempo that Winkin had. And look, man, Winkin just didn't look that fatigued. I mean, so I think we're going to have another great race between these 2 guys as we get into this chest to bar Fran coming up.
Got about 20 seconds before we'll start heat 1, event number 5. And one thing I liked about Winkins is that I thought he was going to fall off in that center round of 9, but he came charging back in that center round of 6.
Yeah.
I think the big thing is, and we say any 21-15-9 event, that round of 15 is going to be the tell-all.
Oh, and you know if you ruined it or not. You know if you went out too hard. And, you know, right away we see Winkin in the green shirt. I mean, grab and go. He was first out to the bar, and look at him go. Now, one of the things he really needs to be careful of is he doesn't want to get a no rep here. And he is getting very close with those arms, not getting overextended or not extending all the way. You know, depending on the judge that you get, you can have someone that would very easily, you know, call him for a no rep. So, you know, play to your judge for sure. It's competition. You can see a lot of the other athletes are, you know, getting that nice extension with those arms. But Winkin, again, look at the tempo difference between him and the other athletes there in the green at the bottom part of your screen. I mean, I'm going to say it's a range of motion thing. I mean, he moves really, really well, but if you don't have to move as far, you're going to be faster.
Winkins off the bar first in the round of 21 as they'll move to chest to bar pull-ups. So it's not your classic Fran of just chin over bar. It is that, what is it, that 2008.
It's a 2008 chest to bar Fran.
So chest to bar Fran, although he looks pretty comfortable on the pull-up bar. The one thing I'll be curious about is that which of these athletes maybe took a little bit off in the first event to maybe bring a little bit more in the 5th one.
Well, now we just saw Winkin come down he took a nice big break. I mean, he did have a nice lead on everybody, but that was a big break. Now, again, we have, you know, 21-15-9. And just like you said earlier, that if, you know, that second round is the telltale, and even with that long break and the walking, he still has plenty distance on the field. I mean, there's a complete walk. That's at least a good, you know, 5-10 seconds between anybody else. Wow, he's extending now. Crazy.
What they just did is those 12.96 of bar muscle ups.
Yeah.
they never came off the pull-up bar. So I wouldn't
No.
be surprised if his grip is a little more toasted coming into the second portion. So maybe it was a planned break on the pull-up if he can maintain that thruster pace.
Oh no, and I think it's a smart move. I mean, again, even though it's 2 scored events, you're basically looking at the back half of the event. You want to be able to finish strong. So I think it's totally fine, because now once he starts getting to the 15 into the 9, he wants to make sure, because you're on the closing and you're on the back side of it, you want to make sure that you get those unbroken. Instead of 21, at this point, because of what it isn't necessary to go unbroken. You're just like what you said, everyone else is tired from that first part, so all he's got to do is hold on now and just kind of get himself to the finish.
Now in the previous event, just ahead of this one, Winkins was trying to hold off Brandon 4. I think Brandon 4 might be last in this.
Right. Yeah, I don't see him anywhere. We haven't seen him pop up on the screen yet.
But maybe that was the plan. He's like, I'm just going to send it in event 4, try to get a really high score. You can see him in the top part of your screen in the backwards hat, right? This guy got second, and now it's towards the back of the pack. Winkins back to the bar for his round of 9. He led early. He's led all the way through, coming into his final few reps in this chest-to-bar Fran version. 95 pounds on the bar. That's Brandon 4. That was who he was chasing or trying to hold off in the previous event, but he's a full 15 pull-ups and 9 thrusters behind Winkins. Now, one thing we do need to look at is the time. 4 minutes is the cap, and he'll be able to hang on to the bar. So back-to-back heat wins for Kevin Winkins, just underneath that 4-minute time cap, as this is just heat 1 of 4 with a back-to-back scored event for event number 4 and event number 5.
You can see, just look at how these athletes are holding their hands right now. There's a whole lot of grip that is not there anymore. Oh, I love it. Fran, you took another one. My gosh, look at that. It's amazing. It's amazing. But yeah, real impressed with Kevin Winkins. I mean, just, you know what? This is how competition plays. If you know you are good at particular movements and they come up in an event like this, you got to go for it, and that's exactly what he did. I loved his tempo all the way through on both events, and he played it similar in both events. I think that he was smart in the first round, kind of felt it out that second round, and then was able to really get after it that third round. So again, the idea, I mean, I don't think he honestly negative split it, but the idea that he was able to hold that pace all the way through. Yeah, it's easy to to break up your reps and your sets when you're leading by a large portion, so you don't feel that pressure. He hasn't been led into anything, but what a way to run his own race. Got out there to do his thing, and I mean, a real impressive finish by him on both of those events back to back.
And just like you said, start to finish, it was all Winkins, and you can see him in the center part of your screen in the cutoff sleeves, starting just like he did in event number 4.
Yeah, and you know what? I really like the tempo that he had. I mean, he went unbroken on those thrusters, really composed himself, and I was impressed with the way that he did take his breaks. They seemed to be very calculated. And again, he knew exactly where he was the rest of the field, but was able to build and have a nice sprint into the end, and it crushed everyone else. But even at the end, he didn't look that worked out of it. So that was a great event for him.
So that will do it for men's event number 4 and number 5 for heat number 1. Still 3 more heats left to go here at the 2009 Lowlands Throwdown.
Diego Jimenez from CrossFit Zero CrossFit. Zona Zero CrossFit, excuse me. In lane 9, Elvinter Alves from CrossFit Twente. And lane 10, Jacob Mason from Black Goat CrossFit. 1 minute.
Our next 10 elite male athletes taking to the floor, trying to conquer event number 4 and 5 back-to-back. In lane number 1, we have Kasper Myrup. In lane number 2 is Sammy Wright. Lane number 3, Karar Margrander. In lane number 4 is Timothy Kavanaugh. In lane number 5 is Adnan Murguz. In lane 6 is Jonah Jones. Lane 7 is Fernando Llaneza. Lane 8, Diego Jimenez. Lane 9, Elwin Ter-Avest. And lane 10, Jacob Mason.
Ten seconds. Stand by.
The elite men on the floor now looking to take a crack at the top 20 and move their way up the leaderboard. What stands in their way now, events 4 and 5 are couplets of thrusters and gymnastics.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
First to strike on the bar muscle-ups, Mr. Jonah Jones from the UK. He was in the middle of the rig.
Now these athletes are trying to beat the furthest.
Jacob Mason there in the gray t-shirt, repping out his first set of bar muscle-ups. Mason showing some great proficiency on the bar muscle-up. See how far he can get of this set of 21.
So these athletes right here now pretty much on par with the pace from that previous heat after one round.
2, 3, 4.
2 minutes and 15 seconds was the split time for, or after round 2. For Kevin Winkins in that previous heat, as he finished in 3 minutes this event number 4 with the 55 kilo thrusters and bar muscle ups.
And here we're seeing Jacob Mason from Black Goat CrossFit, one of our first athletes off of his set of 9 heavy thrusters onto his set of 9 bar muscle ups.
And behind him, we've got Elwin Ter-Avest. He's a local athlete, second fittest athlete of the Netherlands in 2019 and second place last year at the Lowlands Throwdown.
That is Jacob Mason there that we're seeing on the screen.
4.
And behind him, there is Elwin Ter-Avest.
Rounding out the top 3 there, that's Jonah Jones from the UK, but it's Jacob Mason from the US holding on to the lead. The competitors look at each other across the competition field and strike at almost the same exact moment. Jacob Mason there was on the right side of your screen. Now taking a peek at Elwin Ter-Avest. Unbroken. Jacob Mason onto the Fit 8 finish mat. Final bar muscle ups complete before the 3-minute mark. He was followed by Jonah Jones and Fernando Llaneza. Now on their heels, Elwin Ter-Avest.
40 seconds remaining. Again, a 4-minute time cap here for this event 4, followed by a 2-minute rest.
Sammy Wright completes event 4, as well as Karar Margrander around the 3-minute and 30-second mark.
20 seconds left here, 20 seconds left. Another finishing also, Jonah Jones.
It's a foot race between Timothy Kavanaugh and Diego Jimenez.
Get those reps in, come on now. 5 seconds. 3, 2,
And they'll count us down. The 4-minute mark, the end of event 4. 2 minutes now for these athletes to rest and reset before the beginning of event number 5.
And then on to some more thrusters.
And here we go again, these athletes taking on those thrusters and bar muscle ups. Jacob Mason was the man that took the heat. He went pretty much unbroken on everything, and he finished in 2 minutes and 54 seconds, sets a new time to beat. As we still have 45 seconds remaining before we kick off event number 5 for these male athletes.
Only good some more. Let's see who wants the most for event number 5 for heat number 2.
There is Jacob Mason, or he was there. Nice bird eye view there from the field as these athletes are trying to shake off some of that lactic acid building up in their arms and legs. 45 reps of thrusters and 45 chest to bar pull-ups remain for them this day number 2 at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, as these men are off.
See which strategy works for successful completion of event number 5. These guys having just completed event number 4. Minimal rest. Now we have lighter thrusters. 35 kilograms on the bar now, 77 pounds. And we have 21, 15, then 9 reps. The thruster and chest to bar pull-ups.
You want to go 21 row if you want to get a good score here.
And Jacob Mason looking strong here as well in event number 5. He's the first man to jump back up onto his pull-up bar. He's in the forefront of your screen right there in all gray. That is Jacob Mason, the winner of the previous event in this heat. And the time these athletes are chasing is 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Set in that previous heat by Kevin Winkins. Kevin finished his first round in 1 minute and 50 seconds. So let's see how much these athletes are going to be off of that time. Can they go a little bit faster? As we have our first athlete getting back to the bar, lane number 3, Karar Margrander from CrossFit Luparo. He's the first man to get going with those thrusters on the round of 15. There you see him on your screen.
Karar Margrander in the far end of the field, right there in the blue shorts and black t-shirt. Last 5 reps for Margrander. See if he can hold on to the lead ahead of Jacob Mason and Jonah Jones. The 2 other athletes that were first back to the pull-up bar. We're more than halfway through our 4-minute time cap, hitting the 2 minute and 30 second mark. 90 seconds on the clock for these gentlemen.
That's Jonah Jones right there from the UK. And Mason, Jacob Mason walking back to the pull-up bar for the second time. But it is Karar Margrander on lane number 3, right there on your screen, advancing his bar, and he has 9 more reps to do. 3 minutes and 50 seconds is the time to beat. That's what this man is chasing. There's about 30 seconds remaining before we hit that mark. That was set by Kevin Winkens in that previous heat.
And in a second, you'll see him come back to the rig. There he is, the blue shorts and black t-shirt. Karar Margrander from Germany. Last 9 chest to bar pull-ups.
20 seconds left. Make some noise for these people. Last event for this side. Then on the inside. Coming in. Sprinting to the finish.
But it is a sprint to the finish for Fernando Llaneza from Spain.
2, 1.
Looks like he's gonna take this heat in event number 5. It was pretty close to that 350 mark, so we're gonna have to go to the judges' scorecards to see if he beat the time of Kevin Winkens. But the time to beat still remains around that 3 minute and 50 second mark.
So these 2 guys are the current leaders for this 4 and 5.
And there we're seeing some of the hurt that we all know so well post-Fran. Karar Margrander there. Second to get across the finish line from that heat for event number 5.
And here again, we have a quick recap of what just happened in that previous event. Heat number 2 on the male side of the elite competition. Jacob Mason took the 4th event, but it was Fernando Llaneza who came from behind in that red shirt right there. And he took the event in this heat at around 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So 2 heats remain for the male athletes here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown in Apeldoorn, Netherlands.
All right,
Day
folks,
2.
welcome to events 4 and 5. Individual events 4 and 5 at the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. These are going to be 2 quick, brutal, highfalutin, just light your body on fire and throw yourself into an oven type events. So the workouts that we're going to be seeing here are going to be back to back. It's 2 scored events, events 4 and 5. Event 4 is 12-9-6 thrusters and bar muscle ups. There's a 4-minute cap on that portion of the workout. They're going to rest 2 minutes. So at the 6-minute mark, they're going to begin the 5th individual event, which is an old classic, 21-15-9 of thrusters and chest to bar pull-ups. So what we're looking at here are two savage versions of Fran. One is slightly heavier with less reps and bar muscle ups, and one is just good old classic chest to bar Fran. And these athletes are going to be doing them back to back with at minimum 2 minutes of rest in between. Can't imagine it's going to be much more than maybe 2.5, 3 minutes at most for these athletes to get some rest, but this is going to take a toll on them for sure. Let's go ahead and see who it is that we're going to be watching take this brutal set of events on. In lane number 1, we have Javi Bustos. In lane number 2, we've got Arturo Ojeda. In lane number 3, Jake Burnham. In lane number 4, Wojciech Lazik. I'm so sorry. Lane number 5, Termaine Jensen. Lane number 6, Fabian Beneto Celis. Lane number 7, Sam Stewart. Right there on screen right there. Lane number 8 is Thorsten Bruning. Lane number 9 is Moritz Fabig. And lane number 10 Griffin roll. So here we go. We got a 4-minute cap, 12.96 thrusters and bar muscle ups. Looking like a 60-kilo bar on those thrusters. Yowza. I suspect we're going to see unbroken on the thrusters. The fastest times here we're going to be seeing unbroken on the bar muscle ups as well. The question that they need to be asking themselves is, what do you leave in the take, if anything, for the second part of this workout? Considering they're both individually scored as whole events 4 and 5, the last thing you want is to completely blow it out of the water and have nothing left for the second portion of the workout. But if you go a little too conservative, you're just going to completely lose out on any potential points just by not going fast enough. It's definitely a problem that I'm glad I'm not the one trying to solve at this point. So we got hands up in the air across the board. It's definitely going to be a tight race. I mean, these athletes are all, so talented and so strong. They're good at this, right? There's a reason why they're in the third heat, at this sanctioned event here. We're going to be seeing a tight race, in my opinion, until we get into the sixes. That's really going to be where I think there's going to be separation between the top pack and the rest of the field.
Thrusters at 55 kilos, around 120 pounds, and bar muscle ups.
First to the bar is lane number 5, Tremaine Jensen, in that white shirt and the gray shorts, just rocking these muscle ups, no problem. And he's going to be the first back to this barbell to finish it off. 6 and 6 is all that's remaining for him here.
In this past season, he took 14th place at the Australia CrossFit Championship, 10th in Asia.
Chasing him down is lane 3, Jake Berman, and lane 6, Fabian Benito-Sayas. Ooh, that was costly. All right, coming back. Looking like he's getting out for his final set of bar muscle ups. Can he go unbroken? Right around the 2.5-minute mark. Remember, there's a 4-minute cap on this first portion of the workout, and there's a mandatory 2-minute break before event 5 kicks off. And a sprint to the finish. Look like an unofficial time around 2:51 or 2:52 for Tremaine Jensen. And finishing up right behind him, unofficial time around 3:03, is Fabian Benito-Sayas. And there is Griffin Roll coming in right around 3:20. Wow. I mean, all of these athletes finishing underneath the time cap is to be expected, honestly, to be expected. There's our last athlete coming off that bar.
Last check across the line.
Powerful stuff from these guys. I mean, they got plenty of time left. 10 seconds until that 4-minute cap. None of them are going to need that. At the 4-minute mark, they get a required 2-minute break, catch their breath, move on to that second brutal part of this workout, event 5. So they're resetting here. At a time like this, you've just finished off a pretty quick sprint. One of the things about a heavier or more gymnastically technical version of Fran is that while it has the same general stimulus on the body, it's not quite as heart rate and soul crushing, right? These athletes are very, very good at burning hot, recovering, and then burning hot again. In a situation like this, the order of these workouts actually makes, in my opinion, a pretty big difference. If they were going to be doing the chest to bar version of Fran first, followed by this heavier version with the bar muscle ups second, I think you'd see a lot more athletes struggling to recover in time in this 2 minutes going into that second portion. But since they did the heavier version and the more technical version first, they're able to kind of get the, I'm not going to say cobwebs because none of these guys are rusty, but, you know, sort of loosen the body up and get it ready and primed for what is going to be a much hotter, much faster, much more brutal version. You know, a little bit more time under tension because you're spending, you know, more reps with a slightly lighter weight. That's gonna definitely tax the CNS in a slightly different way. But we're gonna be seeing some very quick and really impressive performances, is my guess here. We got about 20 seconds here before event 5 begins for the men's heat 3. A reminder, event 5 is 21-15-9 thrusters at 95 pounds and chest to bar pull-ups. There you go. Let's see it. My expectation is unbroken across the board. These are fantastically fit human beings. I would be shocked if we saw any of these athletes break any of the thrusters. There's Sam Stewart in the black shorts and the knee sleeves. Just look at the cadence. Very similar. No one's really spending too much time resting at the top. Looking like Griffin Roll walking back for his first set of pull-ups. Might be the first guy back onto that bar.
It's just about who wants it the most, who can suffer the pain. Just get through the reps and then make your way over the finish line.
In the bottom right part of your screen is Griffin Raleigh from the U.S.
Breaking up the pull-ups in the set of 21 is a bit of a surprise for me. Griffin is incredibly fit, but he's one of the larger athletes on the field for sure. That could be one of the reasons why we're seeing that. Looking like Jake Berman is the first one off of his set of 21 to get back for a set of 15s. Followed very closely by lane 4, Wojciech Lazik.
Counted 2 thrusters into his set of 15.
There's Jake Berman in those gray shorts with the knee sleeves, shirtless. Right next to him, Lazik in the blue shirt.
He also came in 38th worldwide in the open, so this is a very fit dude.
We're approaching the 2-minute mark here. Very soon we're going to be seeing some of these athletes turning it back around to head back for their round of 15. There it is. Jake Berman jogging it back for his set of 15 chest to bar pull-ups. And up until this point, imagine he's already done 27 thrusters with 135 and 27 bar muscle-ups. And he's already done 36 thrusters at 95 pounds and 21 chest to bar pull-ups. But no problem. He's just going to jog right back to that bar, jump on up there, and just knock out these reps. In a workout like this, grip is something that's going to be an issue. Looks like Berman's had to drop off the bar a couple of times.
Jake Berman in the gray shorts, completing 15.
2 minutes and 50 seconds in, he is alone out on the field looking to start his final round, the round of 9s.
Now in the center of your screen.
But it's Javi Bustos that's just sprinting to his set of 9 to try and catch Jake Berman here. So might have a little bit of a race.
He was to the left there.
This is Jake Berman trying to finish strong.
Bustos with a slightly faster cadence, but he started behind Jake Berman.
Back towards the pull-up rig for his final 9.
Berman back to the pull-up bar first. Ooh, jumped up but didn't quite have the grip he was looking for.
Grip might be fried. He was up to the rig and had to drop off for a second. He has 5 or less reps.
Unable to go unbroken here. Let's see if Bustos can put it together.
Allowing Javi Bustos to the left, but no, Jake Berman able to hold on to the lead.
And Berman finishing up unofficially 352 with Javi Bustos right behind him, 356 unofficial. Sam Stewart and Moritz Feibig just coming in hot at the very end there. Very close, finishing in, seemed like just underneath the time cap. Wow. Oh, look at these athletes on the ground. Brutal. I mean, the output required to put together, 12.96 of heavy thrusters and bar muscle ups with a very short rest and following it up with 21.15.9 thrusters and chest to bar pull-ups. That's big. That's really, really big. These athletes really laid it out there. Some of them paid the price, I think, for going a little too fast on that first portion, but there are points on the line, and there's nothing else to do but to lay it out for those points.
So that right there was our third heat, and here we can
Here's our little recap. Got the athletes running out there for their second Fran in 6 minutes. Starting off with those 95-pound thrusters. Saw Griffin Roll was the first one to come back for his pull-ups, but he could not hold on to that lead. He was the first one to break as well. Jake Berman set an early lead and was able to keep it, even with Javi Bustos right on his tail up until the very end.
By Kevin Winkins at 350. As we have one more heat remaining, our best 10 athletes taking the field shortly here. As we're going to take a look at the leaderboard right now for that top 10. After 3 events, AJ Visser from South Africa representing CrossFit Brackenfell leading at 260 points.
I mean, and here we are coming up on 2 events back-to-back, so there's still a lot of points to be had here. Even though Visser's out in that front, I mean, that is a nice, comfortable cushion. But again, we're looking at 2 scored events coming up back-to-back, so I mean, it really could throw a wrench into this leaderboard for sure.
And all these athletes in the top 10 are in this heat, so they know exactly who they're competing against, what the distance is apart from them on the leaderboard. And I think that's the most fun part about reseeding between events is that, you put the big dogs in the big dog heats.
Oh, yeah.
Let them see what they can do. So we have like you said, we have a 2-scored event number 4 and event number 5. 2 versions of Fran. One looks a little bit more like Fran than the other, but it's still thrusters and a gymnastics pull.
Yeah, so we're starting off with that 12.96 of that thruster at 135 and the bar muscle ups, getting into the normal classic chest to bar Fran, the 21.15.9 with the 95 thruster and then those chest to bar pull ups. What is very interesting is how you decide or how hard you push, not so much the thruster. We didn't see anybody break up the thruster, but what do you do on the bar muscle up? It is a grip thing, and I think that most people, even when you talk about Fran, they feel it in their hands because their hands are over their head in the thruster. Same thing with holding onto that bar for the pull-ups and trying to hold on for dear life. So what are you going to do on the bar muscle-ups? And I think that, you look at some of the shorter range of motion athletes, as you get yourself a groove on right there with the announcers they're doing on the floor, got to have some fun. But the athletes with the shorter range of motion, they're going to be able to move within that range of motion a lot quicker. But I also think that, this is going to come down, this particular part's going to come down to the bar muscle up. So your lighter athletes, I think, will have a little bit of an advantage, especially for the grip going back to back from gymnastic movement to gymnastic movement between the 2 events.
Fran sandwich.
Your 4th and final heat set and ready to go.
This event, starting off with heavy thrusters or heavy-ish.
And they'll start again, event number 4, 2 scored events, and they're off to a little bit quicker pace that we saw than in heat number 1 when it comes to this 12.96.
But and again, you have to remember, it's a 3-round workout, a 3-round event, and in those 3-round events, it's not round 1 in the event. It's always going to be round 2. It doesn't matter if it's 21.15.9 or 12.96. That second round is going to be the telltale. And, when you see guys that just jump out to the bar and don't even stand it up right away, they're just pulling themselves right under. That might be a little bit of race anxiety more than anything else.
Caravis, he'll be in lane 10. He's sitting 10th overall. But first to the rig is actually in lane number 4. That is Cedric Laponte out of Canada. And he is off to a
Wow.
furious pace.
Wow. Wow, he's the only one on the floor by himself starting those thrusts. Look at that tempo. Holy cow.
I think the big thing here for the event 4 pace is that when it's only a 12.96, you don't have those longer stretches of reps on the rig and the thruster to kind of make up. So you are kind of forced to go fast with this rep scheme.
Well, and I think that you need to go fast. That is important, you know, especially when you get these, you have your top athletes all going back to back like this. I mean, like wow.
That pull.
Wow, that's barely. Now they say that on a bar muscle up, you know, you're supposed to go through a dip a lot of times, and you'll see a lot of athletes that barely do it. And man, Cedric barely, look at that. His arms are virtually straight as he goes up, and that's just a big explosive hip hop. That's what's allowing him to get up over that bar like that. Nice lean back and a big hip hop.
Visser, one of 5 athletes trying to run down AJ. I'm sorry, AJ Visser is your leader. He's actually to the right side of your screen. It's LaPont that's trying to make up those 40 points that they are behind. There's about 5 athletes all in the mix. And I tell you what, those are 5 athletes ahead of Visser right now. Visser's still on the pull-up rig.
Well, that's just what we were talking about. You know, you have these 2 events back to back. That is still a lot of points, even though it's a very short amount of time. So the leaderboard will shuffle a lot right after these back-to-back events. Holy cow, there has been no shutdown on Cedric at all.
He's on the screen right now.
Holy cow. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Right around
okay.
37. The fastest time we saw in Heat 1, which we were calling earlier, was 2:58. And we have 2 more athletes in. So for LaPont, that's good, is that every guy in is points. He's closing in on Visser. Calty finishes. Up in lane 2, Zach George finishes. So in one
wow.
LaPont might have made up at least half of those. It's going to be a foot race, but Visser's going to drop 2 more spots in this heat.
Wow. Holy cow. Like, that is a ton of points. I was not expecting that. With what we saw Visser doing in all the, earlier events, I wouldn't have expected him to fall that far behind in this one.
And if you saw his reaction, he knew exactly what just happened right here. I'm not going to say, if this is a family show, we're not going to say the word that came out of his mouth, as LaPont is just barely looking like he's out of breath. But how do you do that turnaround, right? We're 10 seconds for the 4-minute cap. You've got 2 minutes to just kind of sit there and think to yourself. You just got your butt handed to you.
Yeah.
8 athletes in this heat. How do you bounce back for this second part?
Well, I mean, this is one of those things where it's always easier said than done, where like the past is the past, you got to let it go. I think he's still reeling, not from the event itself, but from the bruises from falling from grace and landing on the ground below. I think that's really what the issue is here. So he's got to somehow shake that off and then go, okay, I know Fran, we've hung out a lot, I know the game, I know how to play it, and I need to make some stuff up. So it will be fun to watch to see if he really can go for broke on this, because he needs it. But then this is when watching competition really gets fun, because we're really going to see what he's made of. Is he able to really come back and really put it down? But man, I'll tell you what, from the get-go, we saw the tempo was fast, we saw that it was hot, and Cedric LaPointe just not having any issue with any movement. Look at that. I mean, he had a humongous pop of the hips on those bar muscle ups. The thrusters were literally a joke. And even when he crossed the finish line way ahead of everybody, was not exhausted. And he got a ton of rest going into the chest bar Fran. So I expect to see a very, very fast Fran by him.
And that's a good point to make, is that we had a 2-minute break between the caps, but LaPont has an extra 90 seconds.
Yeah.
And well over a minute on Visser. Now, what we're going to see is that 30 seconds till we go to event number 5. This is the classic Fran rep scheme, classic Fran weight, a little bit extra Fran range of motion with these chest to bar pull-ups.
You know, and I will say this. I think back in the day, we're talking 2008 now, that was a big deal, that extra 3 inches. But I think everyone now is so used to doing chest to bar movements, that especially, you know, these guys in this heat, it really isn't going to slow them down much. I think maybe if anything, you know, you go from someone who has like a 210 Fran, maybe it drops them to like a 215 Fran because they're getting that a little extra pop there. But I really don't think it shortens them up all that much.
Now, the big question here is, as we pan to Cedric, who doesn't look like he's backing off the pace at all, is that did he do the old, you know, what we saw in Heat 1, the Brandon Ford sin?
Well, and you know what? I just think that he looked too calm, too cool, coming through and how he was handling it during that rest time. I think that the thrusters that he had, I don't see him trying to change anything up. And there he is, first off those thrusters. I love the way that he wasn't even adjusting his feet. A lot of the athletes, you know, the taller athletes, and this is what I would do, is go wider with your feet, trying to make it work. He wasn't changing anything up. He was just going at his tempo and really flying.
What we did see is Visser in that top 4 athletes going back to the rig, but the way he was jogging back, that didn't look like a pace of a man really enjoying the situation he's in.
Already in that first heat.
Wow, unbroken set of 21. So I don't know what that's going to do. I mean, we saw how much damage the 12.96 had on people, but
so this is the time for him to strike.
Not having any slowdown here yet.
Should be right up his wheelhouse.
Bottom part of your screen, your leader after the pull-ups is Georgos Karavis in lane 10. Your event 4, at least heat 4 winner. He's in lane number 4. That's Cedric Lapont. Now he was first to the rig from the thrusters as Karavis is done. Handful of reps to go for Lapont as he looks down and he sees he's now behind as we're approaching the 2-minute mark, and Karavis is already on the rig. Wow.
Dude, he is getting after it. One thing that I like that Karavis is doing, he's a little wider on his hands on that grip to shorten up, again, shortening up the range. That is important. I mean, the less distance you have to travel, the less work you have to do, the more energy you're going to save. Holy cow, he is crushing this.
Just past the 2-minute mark, Karavis is already on the bar for his final set of 9 thrusters, and there is no athlete yet off the pull-up rig. If he can hold on to this, he should take this heat for event number 5.
Finishing up his last thrusters and then moving back to the rig for 9.
Wow, impressive.
What I like
impressive
is he's still running back and forth between rig and bar to rig.
Well, and he knows that he's got the distance too, so I mean he's going for it. He's just in the middle of competition right now. Real impressive with Cedric. I mean, he still is looking great. Yeah, he's just looking great. He was sitting in that second, third. So even if he comes in a second place here, like that is an impressive back-to-back placing for him.
Cedric on the pull-up rig, just underneath is AJ Visser, who was coming into this event with about a 40-point lead on the rest of the field. As Cedric is closely being chased by Ryan Souter, and Visser is only going into his round of 9.
Wow.
Visser's in the center lane, no shirt. He was your overall leader coming in by 40 points. Karavis wins event 5, but Lapont gets second in this heat. That's a first and second in back-to-back events for a guy who's only 40 points behind Visser at the time.
Well, yeah, those 40 points have been evaporated already.
Time cap here is 4 minutes as we hit that. And wow.
Holy cow. Holy cow. This is what we talked about. That damage that is done from that first 12.96. The numbers, and this is what I love. I love about programming these traps, and they really are traps. A 12.96 doesn't seem like much. You know you're in a race, so you're forced to push. You're forced to try to go and know that you need to do them as unbroken as possible. But what that does as you go into Fran 21.15.9 is, I mean, you're going in with a deficit. So where you normally would be like, oh, Fran, even if I'm going slow, I'll get 3 minutes. I mean, these guys just got handed ended by Fran. Oh, hello there, Fran. How are you doing? Nice to see you again.
Into that,
That's the old feel of Fran.
there's, there's a certain point and a certain level. All these athletes are physically fit, near the same capacity.
Oh yeah.
It's events like this is your strategy on point? Is your
Oh,
mental
yeah.
game on point? Those are the things that separate the best.
Well, and you're right. And I think that the strategy here, especially for Caraves, was go. He knew he felt comfortable. He knew where he was. Cedric was doing what he needed to do, which was, and I don't think that Cedric did anything wrong. I think he played his game correctly. He did exactly what he needed to do. He couldn't handle the speed of Caraves. I mean, Caraves it was the running in between that definitely, he had the gas to be able to do that. But what a great finish by Cedric Lapont. And I really want to see what the leaderboards look like now, because that there is a massive shuffle.
A lot of things will be changing after this. Well, the men are done on the individual side. We will see how that shakes up the leaderboard after this.
And right now we're going to go down to the floor and see who Jenny has there at the interview desk.
Hey guys, I'm here with the winner of event 4 and second place in event 5. So Cedric, you came in to today in 3rd place. You put in a lot of work and you've basically given yourself what you need to be able to climb up that ladder. Is this your first time at the Lowlands Throwdown?
Yeah, so I actually got into today to 8th place. Got a 2nd place on the event 3. Pumped me up to 3. And then I got a 2nd and a 1st here, so I should be number 1 leading up to day number 3. It is my first time at Lowlands Throwdown, and I really, really like it. It's a great competition. People are really friendly here, competitors. We have a lot of fun, so thank you for that.
That's good. And you have one more day. How are you going to approach it to make sure that you get that spot to the CrossFit Games in Madison?
First of all, I'm going to go recovery, because right now my legs, tricep, bicep, all my upper body is pretty fried, so I'm going to recover well. Tomorrow workout should be good for me. They should be in my healthy, so looking forward to it, and I really believe I can do it.
Well, I'm going to wish you good luck. Hope you recover well, and we'll see what you get after tomorrow.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah? Okay, back to you guys.
All right, Cedric, go. Good luck on your recovery. As you can see, Cedric is always the type of athlete. A, he's such a class act. And B, always puts so much intensity in everything he does. And intensity seems to be the theme of events 4 and 5 here. Actually, the narrative of the day here, because event 3 was also packed with intensity. Now we have to face 2 different versions of Fran. So here we go, the athletes taking the floor. At first we have to face thrusters with a 35 kilogram barbell for these ladies. 12-9-6 is the rep scheme, so thrusters and bar muscle ups. In lane number 2, we have Emilia Virantola from Finland. Lane number 3 from Germany, Nancy Bedard. In lane number 4, Sara Postema from the Netherlands. In lane number 5, Lorena Pergola from Italy. In lane 6, Oriana Martinez from Venezuela. In lane number 7 from Netherlands as well, Kendra Pennings. In lane number 8, her 4th showing here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, Belinda Becker, also from Netherlands. And in lane number 9, Lean Crawl, who's also a former gymnast, so might as well look in lane number 9. Having gymnastic skills definitely helps at that type of workout. You don't have time to rest, so we're facing a 4-minute time cap to start this first version of Fran. 12-9-6. Bar muscle ups, 35 kilo thrusters. Then we're going to have a 2-minute transition and hitting 21-59 thrusters and chest to bar pull-ups. It's always tricky when this is the first heat, so these are the first athletes hitting these 2 workouts, even though I'm pretty sure they had the chance to practice it a couple of times before. Again, if you're a CrossFit competitor, you're no stranger to this type of couplet, no stranger to the intensity you have to display to actually perform well in both of these workouts. But being on the competition floor is pretty different. And also, you don't have any times to refer to, any previous performance, time to beat, split times against other competitors. So the winners from this heat, from these 2 heats, are going to be setting the times for the next athletes following. So in the bottom of your screen, bottom right, you see all in black right here, Belinda Becker leading the charge on this very first heat. Belinda Becker said that she was a big fan of Fran as well, which I think is always oh so terrifying when you say you love a movement, you love a type of workout, and it shows up in competition. Automatic pressure, ladies and gentlemen. You know you have to perform. Might as well have fun doing it. So we're hitting the 60-second mark, 3 minutes done, 1 to go to complete this first version of Fran, event number 4. A heavier thruster, less repetitions, and bar muscle ups. Seems like Belinda Becker is now second to Kendra Pennings, who had to drop the bar, both hands in the air for the judges. Let's see who comes back to the rig first.
20 seconds on the clock.
No time to waste there. I believe also Nancy Bedard. I know it's Emilia Virantola as well back to the rig. In just a few seconds, 10 to go. And you can hear the horn. Oh, Belinda Becker dropping off the pull-up bar in a spectacular fashion. And I believe she's going to take this heat with 4 bar muscle-ups total. So almost done as we are hitting our 2-minute transition.
experience here at the Lowlands Throwdown.
So now in the head of these athletes, in their minds, a couple of things there. You want to stay focused. You want to stay focused on the task that you have still to accomplish. So not focus on how, let's say, your legs are tired, your heart rate was up, your forearms are hurt. You still have to keep focused on the next workout. If you have to modify your strategy, now is the time to do it. As you can see, instant replay for this very first heat of event number 4. Probably smaller athletes will be having a little advantage compared to some taller athletes that were definitely, we saw it with Zach George on event number 3. Always do better on box jumps and bike workouts. Thanks for tuning in and being with us, folks. Hope you're having a great day. If you're just joining us, we're about in 15 seconds to see event number 5, Elite Female Individual Heat 1. Belinda Becker took the heat for event number 4. Here she is on your screen. And now these weights are going to be moving a lot faster since we're dropping to 25 kilograms, which is about, if you're from Canada just like me, or the US, 25 kilo is just about 55 pounds. No problem there to move the weight for Lean Kroll, the former gymnast. Looking to make a statement here, a mark to beat. She has 4 minutes to complete this version of Fran under the time cap. Barbell drop here for fellow Dutch competitor Kendra Pennings. And I hope that this time I'm saying the name right, because I have a history of butchering these Dutch names, unfortunately. So back to the rig first is Lean Kroll in lane number 9, Belinda Becker, your previous heat winner. Also on the pull-up bar, they will be joined by 2 or 3 ladies. This is Lorena Pergola, Oriana Martinez also on the rig. And it's very hard to recover in only 2 minutes from such a maximal effort with the bar muscle ups and the thrusters. Thruster, one of my personal favorite movements. That must be because, mainly because I'm short, ladies and gentlemen. Because I know a lot of competitors really dislike that movement, just along with burpees. But it seems like Belinda Becker is in her zone. Folks, getting back to hit that set of 15. Perfect execution there. Not even waiting a second, moving the barbell, getting into the thrusters, and that's key because you don't need rest. When you do that type of workout, if you already did Fran, you know that you can't let your mental win over you. You have to push it. You have to talk to yourself. As soon as you get to your equipment, you pick up the barbell, and as soon as you get to the rigs, you jump on the pull-up bar. That's exactly what Belinda Becker is doing. Envisioning it, transitioning efficiently, taking her time to break these pull-ups the less possible. You don't want to fall into some kind of zone where you hit sets of 2 or 3 seconds. Here, 1 minute to go. Lean Kroll still looking to crush those 15 thrusters. Little break for Belinda Becker. Your leader in this very first heat of event number 5, CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, presented by Reebok. We see Bedard, Postema, Pergola, Martinez all on the rig. Seems like Pennings is still on her 21 chest to bar pull-ups. We have 20 seconds left.
20 seconds to go. And again, as many
Belinda Becker getting it done. Every rep counts, though. She's going to have to make a move fast if she wants to get a couple of thrusters in the last set of 9. 5 seconds to go now. You might be able to get 3 reps in. And that is all she wrote for heat number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of workout number 5.
My zone now, cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. All in can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone.
Takes the floor. I'm chasing him. Alongside with me is Bill Grundler, and we have a 2-scored event. We saw the men tackle this, and it's basically 2 different, I'll say, variations or modifications of Fran.
Yeah, 2 different, and different is a yeah, I have to say that kind of tongue in cheek a little bit because they're very similar. You know, you have the thrusters. The first element, the first workout, the first event is a heavier thruster with a more complicated, difficult gymnastic movement in the bar muscle up, and then you go more to the classic style of Fran with that chest to bar rather than the regular pull up. We saw it with the guys. We saw those athletes attack, and just how damaging that was on the second part. And the problem here is it is 2 scored events, 2 individually scored events, even though they're basically back to back, and the remnants of one are definitely going to linger into the second. And so that's really, it's like this is the third event that's not even really scored, is how you're going to put the 2 together. So a lot of points left on the table, similar movements, and I mean, as we saw on the guys, it's going to be a fun little foot race.
We saw kind of we saw multiple different ways this can go, both positive and negative, and meh, right in the middle. We saw some athletes blow out event 4, right? The 12.96 of bar muscle ups and heavy thrusters, and then totally blow up for the second one, or a bit of balance of the 2 that we saw Cedric do on the men's side,
right?
Where he got a first and a second.
First and a second, yeah. And I think that's what you want to do. I mean, if you are a Fran type athlete, if Fran is kind of is one of your that's one of your jams, then you're really excited going into these 2 events because you know that it's basically the same thing. If you have the gymnastic skill, you know, again, I don't think the thruster is going to be an issue, even the heavier thruster. So we are, you know, an increased weight on the thruster for the women on the first parts, the 95 pounds, 12.96 for those, and then the bar muscle ups. It's going to come down to the gymnastic movement. And if you are decent at the gymnastic movement, then it's really a matter of, okay, how do I keep myself up at the top for both? The bar muscle up is going to take a lot out of you for the chest bar pull-ups, but you know, again, if you can get yourself out there and this is your jam, you have to go for it because it's 2 of the same event basically.
Heat 2 women individuals event 4 to start. That 12.96 of heavy thrusters at 95 pounds and bar muscle ups. They'll have 4 minutes to complete this, and then they'll get at least that 2-minute break. Up to the rig first, it looks like lanes 2, 3, and maybe 7. That's Vera Kolskalainen.
Look at that.
Fedenko.
Gigantic pop. Do you see the pop straight up, almost into that straight arm dip? Now I see a lot of the other ladies are going to the bar and then going for the dip. Now I would choose to do it that way myself because I don't have that gigantic pop. But some of these athletes, if they can get that nice big hip pop into a straight arm press, look at that, and right there in the pink pants, Wow, that's saving. Now, what that does, that demands a lot more hip, but it's saving a lot of the pressing for the thrusters in those later rounds.
Handful of reps to go. Hand up in the air for lane number 2. That is Vera. I'm just going to go first name because I butchered her last.
I think that was a smart move, too. I was like,
okay.
is he going to do that?
So Vera moving up in lane 2. She's in the top part of your screen, but leading all athletes. I believe that is lane 7.
I think that's Aminko, and she was the first off the thrusters in that first round. So I love the tempo that she has, very composed. She's still able to look around and see where everyone is. And again, it's, the bar muscle up segment, that element of this event. If you can do them unbroken, that is going to save tons of time. Although that doesn't mean you need to sprint back to the bar and crush yourself. So I think it's very smart for these ladies to go over there and walk their way to the bar. And again, Amika was going more of a straight arm in that first round. You can see her really laying on the bar now, using that kick. You can see her legs swinging back. So it's a real smart movement, saving a ton of energy.
We're about 90 seconds out of that 4-minute cap for women's individual event number 4. We have event number 5 coming up just 2 minutes after that time cap. It is Amiko in lane number 7, leading Vera in lane number 2. It looks like she just might have 1 or 2 reps left. She'll come down, take that break. And Bill, you said it, especially on the men's side, is that middle round is that deciding factor of whether the first round was a good idea or a bad idea.
Well, and it's a trip that, it's only 3 rounds. The first one, okay, you're in it. The second one, you just seem so deep, and then all of a sudden you're in the set of, that last round, the set of 6s.
Lanes 2 and lane 7 still going back and forth. Vera in lane number 2 in the gray and green, trying to keep pace with Amiko as she'll make her way back to the rig. She's on the right side of your screen in the dark shirt and pants as she hops up for her final 6 bar muscle ups.
And this is where, you really, if you have the ability, you really want to be able to hold on to that bar and go for these unbroken. We do know that there is a break in between, so there are a lot of pull-ups that have to come up here next, with the basic chest to bar Fran coming up. But if you can stay up there just to give yourself some time, because again, the faster you finish, if you finish ahead of that time frame, you're going to get yourself some more rest.
And Amiko in lane 7 will get the heat win. And it looks right at that 4-minute time cap. So she might have come down. I don't know if there is a time place finishing for crossing the finish line, but I think she got right underneath that 4-minute cap. So Amiko, the only female athlete to finish event number 4. You were just talking about chest to bar Fran coming up. I completely forgot that was
I'm pretty sure these ladies didn't forget about it. Look, she's laughing at your joke right there. Look at that.
It's not often that the jokes land, but I'm glad it did. I think it was Jessica.
And what's really interesting with this particular heat is that for Amiko, that was important that she did push all the way to the end, because this isn't the final heat. You can't just look around and see, who you're racing only in this heat. You have a lot of other women that are competing. So she had to push. She had to, if this was one of her events that she's going to be good at, she has to be able to compete against the rest of the Phantom athletes that are out there on the floor that are going to be coming up. Now, we saw the way that a lot of these women really attacked that first round, but it was a consistency through all 3 of those rounds, from the 12, the 9, and the 6. I think all of them actually did break in those bar muscle-ups, which was smart, because again, 21-15-9 coming up. We all know what Fran feels like, and that's when you're fresh. So here these athletes have to go and attack Fran under fatigue, having done the exact same movements that they just did. So you have that same thruster. Granted, it's lighter, but you're tired now. And you have the pulley movement, which isn't the bar muscle up, but we have 45 reps of it. So these women still have to attack and still have to really be very smart about their strategy going into this event number 5.
And just a shot of lane 9, Jessica Vetter. Hopefully she knows that it doesn't start with the pull-ups like she thought in event 5.
For our heat of elite female athletes,
Hey, Heat 2 underway, moving from event 4 to event number 5. This is chest to bar Fran, 21:15.9. Thrusters and chest to bar pull-ups. Bill, as you said, the weight drops from 95 down to 65. And on the right side of your screen in lane 7, that is Amiko Nates, who took the heat in event 4 just 2.5 minutes ago. And we'll see if that was a strategic plan of being good at this or just try to get a high place finishing early and survive the second event.
Well, and right there on your screen, that is the remnants of event number 4. Now we see a lot of these women are deciding to break up that series of 21 on the thrusters. Yes, it's a lot lighter. Yes, all these women have done unbroken Fran, no problem. But you can see just how tired they are. And Miko, again, she looked really strong even on these thrusters, but that was a very smart way to compose herself on that longer walk back. So we have a little bit more of a distance walk, so that's more time to rest. And ideally, if you can get up there and do these sets unbroken, cool. You know, you don't want to put yourself into that red zone, but that was a nice long walk, a nice long rest. You can see all these women are kind of following suit with that strategy.
I think one thing I do notice is that these chest bar pull-ups, though, you know, they might be good at them on a, you know, first workout basis.
Right.
But they don't look quite as smooth and fresh as they did after those bar muscle-ups. So this is a nasty little, I would say, couplet event style, pairing those heavier thrusters and bar muscle-ups, now moving into this chest to bar Fran event.
It's a little bit more technical.
And Amiko is done. So picking up where she left off in event number 4 as she walks to the bar, I think that's a good strategy in terms of, you know, get your rest where you can. If you do need to break things up, she went unbroken on her thrusters in the set of 21. She had to break up her pull-up. So it might be one of those is, you know, some athletes are good at one movement versus the other. Maybe it is going unbroken on thrusters to allow for a break or two on the chest bar pull-ups.
Yeah, and I mean, she does seem very comfortable on the thrusters, but, you know, even on the men's side, we saw the men breaking up the pull-ups as well. So you can take, and we, you know, me and you talk about this all the time when it comes to strategy and when we're doing our different broadcasts and different commentaries. If you can take small chunks of reps and have a short rest, then you keep that dial down so you aren't dipping yourself into that red zone. Because the problem is if you go too deep into the red, you have no choice but to sit there and wait. It isn't about just being able to quickly recover and get back in. You now have to rest. So take your rest where you can. You can see Amiko walking back, same thing. She could still take a break on these pull-ups here. You know, like you said, a lot of the women, you can tell the fatigue that they're having. You see the midline is getting really sloppy. You can just, legs are kind of winging all over the place. So they're just trying to throw themselves and lurch themselves up to that bar. But, you know, shorten up the number that you're going to do, take a shorter rest, and then hop back up onto that bar.
They can't take too much of a break because the time cap for this event is 4 minutes. And if you look at the time in the top part of your screen, they are approaching the 3:30 mark as we are only in the set of 15. So I don't know. Amiko was the only one to finish right underneath the buzzer for the 12, 9, and 6 in event 4. I don't think anyone's finishing this event in at least this heat.
And your leaders with 10 seconds on the clock. Seeing how far
Ooh, got a little rundown in the back there.
the bar must be moved into the next square.
See, this is one of the things that Amiko is not really paying attention.
Oh. Now, here's the thing, though. Amiko was going back and forth with Vera in event 4. And depending on what the official score is, it looked like Vera actually got to her bar and maybe snuck in one thruster just ahead of Amiko.
Yeah, I saw her running up, and that was one of the things that Amiko wasn't really paying attention. She was just kind of, you know, zeroed in on her lane. But that was smart by Vera, and I did see her up at the top of the screen there, gave that little ooh as she was making that move. That's, you got to remember, you're in a race. So if you know that the time is coming down to the end, why would you walk to your bar at the end? Try to get one thruster out of it. So, you know, racing is about competition. Competition is about going fast. And the walking in between, I totally get, because you're resting, because it makes no sense to run to the bar and wait. But if it's the last 3 seconds, the last 10 seconds, you run, man. You got to run. But this is a really, I think, this is a great finish for these two events. Yumiko did look great across the board. Same thing with Vera. Again, you can tell that both of these women are strong in these events, so they had to do well here. These athletes are kind of in that 20th place placing overall, so this is a great time for them to get some points. Two events, basically the same thing, back to back. They had to make it happen while the sun was shining, so good on those guys.
Well, Heat 2 for the individual women's. Event number 3 and event number 5 is done. 2 more heats to go on the individual women's side. And Bill, as you said, this is a brutal little back-to-back event, borderline cruel.
Yeah, nice job, guys. I like the programming. I really do.
All right, heat number 3 for the individual women's for event number 4 is coming up next.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Bill Grenler here, and I just want to thank you for watching the rebroadcast of the Lowlands Throwdown. I know myself and the other commentators are having a blast bringing it to you. The other thing I need to tell you guys about is a podcast that myself and Chase Ingram are doing. It's called Get With The Programming. It's an analytical view of all the programming that's out there, the competition landscape, all the templated programs landscape, and we take a real good analytical look at, is it good programming or is it not good programming? It's a great podcast. If you are into that kind of thing and you really want to find out if programming is good or not, you got to check it out. Make sure you subscribe to that today and enjoy the rest of the weekend, you guys.
10 seconds. Stand by.
The ladies looking to make their way into the top 10 are athletes ranked 11 through 20th after 3 events here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown.
4.
These ladies
5,
taking a crack
6,
at event 4.
7,
Starting off
8,
events 4 and 5 back to back.
10.
4 here, starting with those yellow rogue plates, totaling 40 kilos. And they've completed 12 thrusters now before returning back to the rogue rig. And it's 12 bar muscle ups.
So if you look at it right now at the bottom of your screen, Laura Isoposto in all black with that blue taping on her arm. She's doing this very efficiently. She's catching that bar muscle up really high with almost straight arms. So there's not a lot of pressing that needs to be done to get that lockout right here. That's going to save her arm strength a lot more to those thrusters and then to that event 5 as well.
Moving in first with her second set of thrusters, Philippa Firm, 4 times games athlete, only 19 years old. That is impressive.
But it is Philippa Firm here in the burgundy shorts, the first athlete to get started on those thrusters again. On that second round.
Philippa Firm, our youngest female individual elite athlete. Philippa Firm now graduated out of the teenage division for the CrossFit Games. But before she graduated out, she gave us 3 appearances there at the Reebok CrossFit Games as a teenage athlete.
And she came into the competition first place out of the qualifier. So she's definitely capable. Well, let's see how far she can take this here at the actual event. She had a great showing in that previous event. She got a top finish, probably a top 10 finish. And now she's trying to make herself get to that top 10 for the final day.
There she is, Philippa Firm in the burgundy shorts and black top. With 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, she is your heat leader. Now looking to catch up, Hillary Steele on the lower part of your screen. Hillary Steele in the white tank and army green leggings. Hillary Steele, one of our shorter athletes and very proficient in the gymnastics movements. And she goes unbroken on her set of 6 of 9 thrusters. And now your 1 and 2, Hillary Steele down there on the rig, the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Philippa Firm up in the mix on the higher end of the rig. In the yellow shorts, there comes Gwenny Lohman.
25 seconds left. 25 seconds.
Gwenny has now taken the lead here, I believe, and there's also in the middle of the floor, go Angelica Benson.
And look at that, a foot race between Philippa Firm and Hillary Steele. I think Firm might have taken the heat by a stride.
These are the 2 first female athletes to finish this event. And they did it in approximately 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
We're gonna have to go to the judges' scorecard to check official times. Philippa Firm there, one of our top finishers for event 4. The clock ticking up now to the 2-minute mark. Our quote-unquote rest. And we've got
right now we've got some slow-mo footage of the finish, and it looks like Philippa Firm just edges out Hillary Steele. That was a photo finish there. Let's see what these ladies can do in this next part of this 2-part back-to-back event. So event 5 coming up.
Same time domain, very similar movements, a decreased load, but increased reps.
Let's see who can take it. I think there's some
In 30 seconds,
here.
we kick off
30 seconds
event
left.
5.
And again, we're seeing the slow-mo finish here with Philippa Firm just ahead of Hillary Steele, getting those feet onto the mat first.
10 seconds.
What a finish.
Showing you gotta go full out all the way to the end. Every second counts. It's the horn, it's the buzzer, it is go time. Event 5. These ladies looking to set the time to beat for our final event here on day 2 of competition at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. It's event 5, 21, 15, and 9, thruster, chest to bar pull-ups. If it sounds familiar, you might be right. We're talking very similar to Fran, but a hair lighter. These ladies moving 55 pounds, 25 kilos. And there in the middle of your screen is Philippa Firm, our 19-year-old female athlete. She was our top finisher for event 4 just a few minutes ago.
Into the set of chest to bars. 21 chest to bars to go. 1 minute gone.
The ladies now making their way through their set of 21 repetitions of the chest to bar pull-up. Hillary Steele there in the white shirt.
Jumps on the bar and just gets going with those chest to bar pull-ups.
Our second place finisher from event number 4. And in the pink and black there Elena Karatala Sanauha.
Elena's got a bit of a lead here over the rest of the field. She's already done a bunch of thrusters here on that second round. She might have been gaming this a little bit, saved some energy for this event number 5 so she can possibly get a really, really good placing here.
We've seen this strategy play out in the previous heats of individual athletes. Elena here in the pink and black, now setting some major space between herself and the rest of the competition field. We're over the halfway mark, approaching the 3-minute mark. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock here for these ladies. And trying to catch up to Elena. Hillary Steele and Philippa Firm just made their way back to the rogue rig. It is 1 Elena, 2 Hillary, 3 Philippa, with 45 seconds on the clock. Elena remains in the lead. Last 9 thrusters here.
And it looks like it still might be the case that we don't have any finishers on the female side in this event number 5 with less than 30 seconds to go.
8, one more.
We're seeing that fatigue set in as these elite athletes are barely able to complete a set of 15 pull-ups. Here comes Hillary, creating some space between herself and Philippa for the second, but that is Elena in the pink and black. Elena from Spain.
Elena Sanauha takes the heat and just collapses down onto the floor to the universal CrossFit rest position. That is Laura Isopousu right there next to her, laying down as well, taking a little rest before moving on off the floor.
That takes a lot out of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you right now, we have only 1 heat left.
So 1 more heat remains on the female side of the competition. We've only had 2 athletes finish the event number 4 and none on the female side finish event number 5. Let's see what our top 10 athletes are capable of next up in just a few minutes.
Hillary Steele there from the U.S., one of our successful finishers for event number 4.
And here we go one more time with these ladies. Starting with thrusters, 21, 15, and 9. It was Elena Sanauha that got the furthest in this heat. She got a few chest to bars done on that last
All right,
round.
folks, welcome to your final heat of individual competition. Events 4 and 5, women's heat 4 at the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Let's go ahead and meet our competitors. In lane 1, we have Hannah Short. In lane 2, Anna Vigadal. In lane 3, Taylor Howe. In lane 4, Siri Rohemsmo. In lane 5, Alice Mile. In lane 6, Nganesi Manin. I'm so sorry if I'm messing that one up. In lane 7, Emily Dwyer. In lane 8, Whitney Stevenson. Lane 9, Nina Cooler. And lane 10, Laura Clifton. Now, events 4 and 5, these are a pair of events. We're going to start off with 12.96 thrusters, and bar muscle-ups. Heavy thrusters. It's going to be 95 pounds on the women's side. The men did 135, so 12.96. Heavy thrusters and bar muscle-ups. Women's competition, they're going to follow that up, you know, a little bit of a break. And then event 5 kicks off, 21.15.9 thrusters, chest to bar pull-ups. You know, just a little chest to bar Fran to get your heart rate going at the very end of a day of competition. This is going to be a real competition here. These are really, really talented athletes. You know, we saw the men's side of the field hold themselves to really, really high octane performances. And I suspect we're going to see the same thing on the women's side. Alice Mille currently in the lead, 248 points. But there's still a lot of points left to be gained, especially in this next event. Because this is a pair of events, 2 full events back to back. Both of them just brutal events.
Lane 7, Emily Dwyer. Lane 8 is Whitney Stevenson. Lane 9 is Nina Kuhler.
And they're off. There we go. Starting off 12.96 thrusters and bar muscle-ups.
Had 2 athletes finish this event 4. Those were in the previous heat. Hillary Steele and Philippa Firm. Philippa Firm taking that heat, and the time to beat is 3 minutes and 52 seconds unofficially.
And man, Angunesa Menon is just crushing those thrusters, crushing them, leaving no doubt how strong she is.
Of competition here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. Tomorrow we have still 2 more events to go, 2 fun events, interesting events, but now we're still going to finish up today with these fantastic 2 events back to back.
Women are getting after these bar muscle-ups. Let's see who's going to be the first one to get back to that barbell for their second set of thrusters.
From CrossFit Response, Clifton hailing from New Zealand.
Couple hands up in the air there.
Making easy work of the 40 kilo
We're looking at Nina Kuhler and Laura Clifton. Laura Clifton in the white tank top with the black tights. But it looks like Taylor Howe is our first athlete back to the barbell for her second set of thrusters, the set of 9, wearing that Wade sports bra. She's got a few rep lead on the rest of the field.
12 bar muscle ups and make her way back to the 40 kilo, 88 pound barbell for our round of 9s.
And Taylor also has listed Fran as one of her favorite workouts. So again, you get what
Few athletes making their way back.
This will be a pleasant surprise for her that she
Taylor Howe still strong in the lead, repping out those bar muscle ups, no chicken wing, not having an issue getting up and over the bar. Really powerful bar muscle ups there.
Bar muscle up. And Taylor Howe, she was our leader heading into this set of bar muscle ups. Taylor is coming into
The signs that your bar muscle ups are breaking down is usually you are forced to chicken wing in one direction or another. You know, get one half of your body over the bar before the other half of your body gets over the bar. You are forced to get the turnover much further forward, so you end up like landing way up into your hips or landing on top of the bar and then forcing the press out from there. The deeper into your dip you end up landing, the more tired your kip is getting, right? Because if your kip is super fresh, you're going to be landing closer and closer to the top of your lockout. It looks like we have a tight race here. Taylor Howe in lane 3, the pink shorts. Lane 5 is Alice Mille, and lane 6 is Angunesa Menon. I'm pretty sure I've pronounced her name 3 different ways. And that's my bad. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and own that. That's my bad.
Taylor Howe back at the bar for the final time. She has 6 reps to do and less than 30 seconds to get them done in.
On her heels, and they go at the same time.
20 seconds left before the time cap here.
Alice Mile, you're 1 and 2 coming into events 4 and 5.
And just a handful of athletes on their final set of bar muscle ups. This is a very brutal event on the women's side. Significantly tougher, I'd say, compared to the men's. I mean, you can just look at the scores, and that's time right there. That's time right there. It looks like we had one athlete finish up her.
And rack up 100 points towards her total.
Yeah, I think that was Agnessia Manon who finished up her bar muscle ups, but was not able to cross the finish line in time. Very impressive. Recovering 2 minutes. We saw on the men's side, it just is not fast enough to get the athletes back to 100%. Even with all their training to go hot, recover and go hot again, there's definitely something about being on the competition floor, getting crushed for 4 minutes straight with a high skill movement like bar muscle ups with a high weight thruster, and then only having a couple minutes to catch your breath and recover before you do it again, but with a lighter weight and more reps. And isn't that exactly what makes watching CrossFit so much fun? You get to see athletes do things that you yourself just don't really ever want to do in the gym.
And right here we can see this final heat.
So the athletes started off pretty strong. Their thrusters, it was Manon who got out there first. She did not keep the lead throughout the workout, but was chipping away against Taylor Howe here. And was able to kind of eke out her final remaining reps just before the time cap wrapped. About 30 seconds before the chest of our Fran portion of this workout kicks off. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired just watching.
From that previous heat, our youngest competitor on the field.
10 seconds.
5 seconds here.
Stand by.
There we go. Kicking off event 5, 21-15-9, thrusters and chest to bar pull-ups. We went heavy, high skill gymnastics previously with 12-9-6 thrusters and bar muscle ups. And here we're going light, higher volume, and just good old chest to bar pull-ups.
Load up a barbell to 55 pounds. Jump into your shoulders. Pass through a full squat with your hip crease below the top of your knee and press that barbell over your head 21 times. Then do 21 pull-ups. Back to the barbell.
Got some hands up in the air.
Pull-up rig for 15. Finish with 9 and 9 and tell me how you feel. This is what we are testing.
Laura Clifton, first athlete heading back.
For their last event here on day 2. Day 2 of competition wrapping up in the next 3 minutes and 5 seconds. The CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown elite female athletes taking a crack at our chest to bar Fran variation.
You can tell what kind of effect this workout or this day has had on these athletes when butterfly pull-ups go out.
Laura Clifton there in the white tank top and navy blue pants.
Ooh. Falling off the bar is not a good sign. I mean, it tells you your grip is probably going to be fried here, especially after all the time spent on the bar muscle ups. These athletes are clearly suffering from what they just did in event 4.
Coming off that pull-up bar unexpectedly. Looking for judges' hands in the air, seeing one in lane 1. That is Hane Short. Less than 5 reps for Short. 5 reps for
First couple athletes moving back. That is Nina Cooler, closest to the screen, and at the very top, Hannah Short. First 2 athletes to get back for their round of 15. That is a very narrow stance on that thruster. Incredibly narrow.
Hane Short coming to us from Norway.
That's right. Show some love.
Neck and neck with Nina Cooler. Nina from Germany.
Hannah Short, a multiple-time regional athlete She's been at the regionals twice on a team and once as an individual. And she's been at the games also in 2018 as a part of Team CrossFit Orsene.
They're back to the pull-up rig for our most favorite set of 15s. Both chalking their hands. In lane 2, we have Anna Vigadal. She's at the opposite end of that rogue rig, first to strike. And here in the black,
Back to the pull-up bars. That round of 15 took a lot longer, I think, than a lot of these athletes expected. We're getting pretty close to that final curtain call on that 4-minute mark here. Looking like Hannah Short had a bad fall off that bar. Hope her ankle's okay. Laura Clifton doing singles. You got just about 20 seconds remaining for that 4-minute cap, and it's Nina Kuhler who's getting out there for her last set of 9. Followed very, very closely by Anna Vigadal and Alice Miele. And there's time. Man, brutal. These athletes really laying it out there for just every inch that they can get, every point that they can gain. Impressive performance out of Nina Kuhler.
4 and 5 proving to be a deadly combo for the females. 2 athletes
Trying to recover after 4 minutes of hard, heavy work with only a couple minutes, and then going right back into something that's going to rev you up even faster and even higher. That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. And every single one of these athletes put it out there. So there you go, folks. That was the final heat, the Elite Females Events 4 and 5.